All right, we are live. Let me check YouTube, make sure things are going snazzy.
Before you get mad.
Oof. I'm not seeing the stream. We good? Yeah, okay, I'm seeing it now. Okay, yeah, I think it's okay. Oof. Let me tell you, this was a little bit tough to get working, but it's fine now. Good old SPV3. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's been literally years since I played this thing, so I'm very keen to see what I think of it now. Many, many years later. Okay, I'm going to put a post up onto Bluesky that I have gone live. I'm checking out SPV3 in 2024. Come hang. Yeah, that's good enough. Hashtag Halo. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Hey, Krusty is here. We've got Brian Draws Terribly. We've got Frozen Fire, of course. Spavatri. Greetings, says the prophet of the Loaf Almighty. Ain't this the mod that half the Halo community hates for no reason? I don't know why I gave you that voice. And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. And for some reason is definitely, I think, apt. Like, SPV3 is not flawless by any means, but some of the hatred that this mod gets is, I think, a little bit comical. Just considering the fact that it's not, like, you know, it's not an official product or anything. It's a mod that was made over the course of 10 years, which is, you know, subject to changes, change in vision, change in direction, and just the general sloppiness that comes with, you know, somebody who's really enthusiastic about Halo, learning how to make Halo over the course of a decade. I guess we will go with... Here, I don't want to go with, like, the standard Halo Combat Evolved armor, because that's kind of, like, boring, so I guess we'll go with this one, because even though I was just, like, defending SPV3, I'm not the biggest fan of the SPV3 Chief. We'll go with this one, though. That looks cool. That's a cool-looking Cortana. Okay, we're gonna pick that one, the crazy-looking one. Okay, Halo Time of Day. That's cool. I'm gonna go with Foggy. Silent Cartographer Time of Day. Let's go with Standard Time. Craig. Oh, that's fun. There's Craig. Okay. Okay, I think we are good now. God, that main menu music is fire, though. Holy crap. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Hey, Late Night, says Terminal Vector. Hey, we got Andrew. I'm going to tag this in the Discord. Andrew, thank you. Thank you, buddy. Is this available for the Master Chief Collection? I don't think it is, because you need OpenSauce, which is a tool that lets you kind of, like... It lets people screw around with Halo Combat Evolved's code base at a deeper level. And MCC does not support OpenSauce. Can't wait to give you a bunch of hints and tips, says Andrew. Are you a fan of SPV3? What's this, LNG? So, the backstory behind Halo SPV3 is that this guy, Masters, Neil, as well as a whole host of different modders throughout the years, this kind of set out to be the most ambitious Halo mod project ever for Combat Evolved, pushing the engine as far as it could. It started around the time Reach came out, I think, the project. And it didn't release, I think, until 2017? 2019, 2018, somewhere around there. So, really ambitious, in development for a while, and a lot of different people contributed to it. It's just kind of like a remake of Halo Combat Evolved. No asset was left untouched. New level geometry, new soundtrack, new weapons. It's pretty crazy, the mod. Perhaps a little bit too ambitious in some areas, but... Here. FPS, 30 FPS locked. I think we will probably do... I'm just going to do 30 FPS locked. I know that that's crazy. I know that there's people like, oh my god, what? Why? It's mostly because I don't know how to just cap it to 60 FPS for the sake of the stream. I don't know how to cap it to 60 FPS, because if this thing goes like at an unlocked frame rate, then it's going to like absorb resources from the PC. Massively followed it since Ackman's 2017 video. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, SPV3 is pretty good. They've even got a remake of Lemuria in here, which is another really, really hugely impressive mod. See, and there's 2 chapters. One is Landfall, the other is Outbreak. Outbreak introduces the Flood. Play on Legendary for the best experience. I believe that Legendary is the best experience. I love it. I love Masters, but I need to be able to also pay attention to the chat. This is cool. Game speed is increased, making all things speed up. Like some of these are really cool. These skulls here. Like this one, it slows your movement speed to match that of Halo 3 ODST. I wish that, oh man, I'm not going to go on the rant about skulls again, but I feel like skulls have an untapped potential that no Halo game has ever reached into outside of the MCC stuff. It's ridiculous that we're still using, like, the same skulls over a decade later. Like, Bungie introduced them, did nothing with them, added no new interesting ones. 343 took them, did nothing with them, introduced no interesting ones until the MCC, and even the MCC only introduced a few new ones. Yeah, okay. We're not going to enable any skulls, though. What I am going to do, though, is I'm probably going to play it on normal. Did you by any chance watch the video Noodle made on this? Thoughts? Yeah, I did. Noodle's video, I think, was unnecessarily aggressive towards this. Like, not that what Noodle was saying was wrong. It's more like the way that he said it was very off-putting. To me, at least.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
I see they stopped working on it in late 2022. What happened there? It was done. Mostly. Like, that's as simple as it, you know? After a while, you put down your pencils and turn in your homework.
Us all the way from Reach, at light speed, my maneuvering options were limited.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace.
You should play the Paradise Panic mods for the MCC. Is that the crazy one that has dinosaurs? I like that one quite a bit. I wasn't expecting much, and I was sold within like the first 30 seconds. You know, it's looking at this, it's pretty damn cool what they were able to do with the Halo Combat Evolved engine. Because this does look really, really cool. I think that a lot of the ambition, like there's a criticism that was voiced with Noodle's video was that the mod unfortunately looks kind of like deep fried because of how just like insane the texture detail is for the Halo Combat Evolved engine, and I do agree with that, and it's probably the only area of Noodle's video where I was like, okay, you know what, yeah, succinctly said. It's just the way that the Halo Combat Evolved engine works, you can't cram too much detail into the textures, otherwise it just kind of like starts to get really, really, really crushed. Like this all looks fairly good, but it does look a little bit gritty, and it gets grittier and grittier as we start to approach the more detailed and diverse biomes and interiors and locations. To the point that it's kind of like, it feels like the game has a sharpening filter that's turned on to the max. And I think that SPV3, if Masters were to do it over again, probably instead of trying to push texture detail, go more for improving the complexity of the environments while keeping the texture detail kind of like on par with Combat Evolved.
Sir?
The only skull that was really different is the Exploding Grunt ones. Well, the one I bring up MCC because there's Bandana Skull, which is unlimited ammo, first time that was ever in a Halo game. Then there was that Flying Skull, first time that was ever in a Halo game. Like, those are the cool ones that I really like. And I wish we could have seen more ones that are just, like, bizarre. I wish that they would have pushed them further. Like, a fun skull that I talk about quite a lot for Halo Infinite is I would have loved to see a skull that disables enemy melee attacks for all Covenant units except for elites, brutes, and hunters. Like, just kind of like letting you have options to kind of recreate the classic combat loop of the older Halo titles. I would have loved to see some kind of skull that lets you hold 3 weapons instead of 2. SPV3's AR and pistol are great. They're balanced in the sense that you can complete practically every level with only those 2, plus grenades and abilities. Yeah, SPV3, it's also worth noting that it's got an insanely varied sandbox. Like, pretty much everything is in this thing. Alright, let's go this way. Wah boy! Wah boy! What's the quote from Combat Evolved, what the Elite says? I love the SPV3 pistol for the same reason I like the Reach's pistol. Versatility. Yeah, Reach's pistol's pretty good. See, and you can find these cool little data pads, kind of Reach-esque. Alright, let's go this way. Only thing, though, in the mod that I don't think ages very well, in fact, I don't think it was even that good back in the day, is the soundtrack. It was very early on in the composer's career, Yafet, and I think he's grown quite a lot since composing this soundtrack. Basically, this whole soundtrack sounds like it was composed at the bottom of a well. Super, super reverby. And Captain Keyes has some beautiful, beautiful blue eyes. Hazuli. Yeah, he also says that. The Combat Evolved Elite.
Report. Fire control for the main cannon is offline.
I really don't like the SPV3 Marine models. I think it's all subjective. Like, I don't think there's any model from this game that I actually think looks better than the one from Combat Evolved. The way to appreciate this is not thinking of it as like, what are they doing? They're ruining the look of Combat Evolved. More like, wow, this is cool. This is a different take on Combat Evolved. That's the way to appreciate it. Hey, Mr. Nowhere! Happy early Thanksgiving. I hope you and yours have a good time and some good food. Mr. Nowhere, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the $50, man. It's good as always to see you. I hope you and your family have a good Thanksgiving as well. You guys planning to go into a food coma? Bleh. Sorry.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they
I hope I don't enter a food coma.
force deployment, weapons research, Earth.
Varied and finely tuned. People complain about it having too many precision weapons. Mr. Goatware. Yeah, Mr. Goatware's here. People complain about it having too many precision weapons, ignoring that each gun has distinguishing strengths and roles.
Thank you.
Yeah, SPV3, I'm gonna have to get deep into it. But I remember liking the variety of weapons when I first played it.
Good luck, Master Chief.
I love the shade of purple on Cortana. Bring that back for Halo 7. Yeah, Cortana being purple is probably the coolest look for her.
I remember more empty space.
I like the one from Combat Evolved where she looks just like insane and really... It looks like the inside of a computer. What the hell? that was from Halo Infinite. Is that new? Is this on the Steam Workshop or is this exclusive to Custom Edition? Exclusive to Custom Edition due to it requiring open source. Let's take a look at some of these textures. There's this guy. Oh, are we supposed to, like, defend him? Oh, he's supposed to die, and then we pick up his pistol. Gotcha. Okay. Current Marines are superior to the pre-3.3's clone army. Oh, did the Marine model get updated?
Those Marines could use some help, Chief.
Here,
Do what you do
let's
best.
see if we can get some grunts spawned in. And then, yes! Okay, it's here. Hang on, watch this. Debug camera. Save. Debug camera. Load. Game speed 0. Okay. Let's take a look at the models. Yeah, so these are the SPV3 grunts. What are your thoughts on these? They've got these they almost remind me of like Greys, you know, like a Roswell type aliens, like the head shape of them. And it also kind of looks almost crab-like. Like, the SPV3 grunts are a design for the grunts that I find quite interesting to look at. I let Masters know that you're streaming this, LOL. Just explained the Flood to a friend who's only played Infinite. I'm a little disappointed that I can no longer make jokes about innocent summer child who doesn't know about the Flood. Says the Prophet Loaf Almighty. I want a Halo mod so that the HUD looks more like a fighter pilot HUD, and the aiming reticle looks more like a GoldenEye. Interesting. Like, the HUD the reticle, like, moves about the screen like GoldenEye, kind of. I like the body, but I am not a fan of the head and mask. I think that the head and mask look fine. Like, there's been so many different takes on the grunts that I feel like this is one of the least offensive takes. It kind of combines the Reach grunt with the... It reminds me of the renders that Blur made for Halo Wars 1. If you've ever seen those. And something interesting is also that, like, they look very, crustacean. Like, you can see they've got, like, an exoskeleton growing over their body. It's a decent look. it's a decent look for the grunts. And I also like that they've still got that classic Combat Evolved purple. And the glowing orange eyes, I think, are pretty neat, actually. Word to the wise, be careful when using cheats. SPV3 gets somewhat unstable when using them. Also, be sure to play to the strengths of the damage types. I'm definitely going to reload the checkpoint after I'm done with the cheats. Like, we're not going to, do, infinite ammo and all that stuff. We're doing this just so we can get a up-close look at some of these designs. So here is the Elite Miner from SPV3. It kind of combines the Halo 3 and Halo 2 elites together. And I'll be honest, I don't like this look for the Elite Miner. I think, like, head on, the Elite he kind of looks like he's got like a birthday hat on. Like the wider face with the more slim helmet and then the kind of little horn on the top. I think it doesn't look quite as aggressive as the standard Combat Evolved elites, where those guys just look really, really sharp. As well as, this is a weird nitpick, okay? You don't have to agree with me if you don't want to. I don't like that the elites are usually depicted in Halo as, like, they're like mouth breathers. They're just constantly, their mouth is just, like, hanging open constantly. I like in Combat Evolved that they'll actually close their mandibles completely. And I'm like, yeah, they're intelligent, they're literate, they're not going to be standing there just, like, mouth hanging open, drooling, And that's the thing Halo 2 started, where the elites, their idle animation, they've just got their mouths hanging open. Yeah, but the grunts look decent. Is SPV3 on Steam? Sorry, I'm new to gaming and I just got a Steam Deck. So, SPV3 is actually a mod for the Gearbox Software PC port, the Randy Pitchford special. The reason that it's only on the Gearbox Software PC port is because it requires a mod called OpenSauce, which allows people to kind of expand what the Combat Evolved engine is capable of. And unfortunately, OpenSauce is not compatible with the Master Chief Collection. Which is a bummer. What is nice, okay, about the Steam version of Halo is that in the workshop there is one mod that does incorporate assets from SPV3, and it's called Silent Cartographer Evolved. So you can't play the whole SPV3 campaign, but you can at least play the Silent Cartographer Evolved with all of the SPV3 assets and upgrades and stuff. Okay. Now we're going to reset... Oh, wait. Hang on. Let's check out the Marines real quick. Okay. So this... What do you guys think of these designs for the Marines? It's decent. Decent. I think what might be letting it down, honestly, is the engine. Not so much the design, because I can see what the intention is. I like the rolled up sleeves, the green, the vests and stuff, as well as looking at the helmet, and it's got like stickers on it, like it's very kind of personalized. It's just, unfortunately, the Combat Evolved engine just can't really bring the design to life in the way that I think that they were envisioning. Like, if this was ported into something like Slipspace, Halo Infinite, so that you could see a bit of variety, you could actually see a bit of Velcro, you could see the stitching really pop, which would contrast against the vests and stuff like that, a little bit of material separation, then I think the model would actually come to life quite a lot, but Feels a little over-designed, also a bit Valve-ish. Well, the over-designed, I was about to say that until I got up really close, and I don't actually think it's that over-designed. What I think it is it's that, that bit crush, that, you know, deep-fried look that the Combat Evolved engine does to textures when they're just a little bit too ambitious. Like, you can see that there's all these, like, scuffs and scratches, but they're so compressed. They almost look like a mess of pixels. And I bet if you got rid of a lot of these scratches, the model would actually come out looking really, really simplistic. I don't like the Halo 4 style helmet. Let's get a look at it. It reminds me, honestly, of Halo Combat Evolved's helmet. But then it does have, like, kind of the weird Halo 3 visor on top of another visor. Like, I think you could probably do away with that orange visor and just have the little tactical reader on the side. Maybe even get rid of the chin strap a little bit, as well as that microphone. Like, the Halo 4, the Marshmallow Head one, it's not quite as, you can see here from the side profile, it's not quite as sharp looking. It's a lot rounder. Missed super crap. Okay, let me scroll up. Each elite rank has different games helmet types. Minors are Halo 4 style, majors are Halo 2 Anniversary style, ultras are Reach, zealots are 3, and yeah, I'm no fan of the minors, no mandible guards. Okay, gotcha. Well, okay, so the minors are supposed to be modeled off of Halo 4's helmets. I can see it. It does look like a Halo 4 minor helmet, and maybe that's what it is that just doesn't look quite that flattering. Yeah, it's that it should look like a helmet, not like a hat, you know? Yeah. Oh, this guy's all stretched and warped over the table in weird ways. Yeah, I can totally see this design working. It's just you got to get it into a different engine, I think. Cuz it's almost got that that Predators / Alien Colonial Marine look to it, but here, let's restart the checkpoint. AI detected. Okay.
I'll see you on the surface.
Really? He doesn't give you the pistol? That's a creative change I don't think works quite that. And then you come over to him, and see, I see the grunt, and I'm... Yeah, that's, I think, a little bit messier of an idea. Okay.
Those Marines could use some help, Chief. Do what you do best.
I think the assault rifle model looks pretty cool. I don't like that the ammo counter changes colors, though. It's that is a little bit too, like, toy-like, I think. All right. The HUD looks pretty nice, though. A couple of modders are porting Halo CE to the Halo 2 engine. That is frickin' sick. Seriously? What's the project called? Do they have, like, a Discord and stuff? Because that's really sick. All right, let's try out the SMG for a little bit. Marine armors in SPV3 have randomized armor setups, from headgear and plating to stickers. You were lucky enough to find one with both goggles and the... Gotcha, okay. Here, let's, well, his shield, unfortunately, keeps flaring up. I wanted to get a good look at him. You know what? We'll just kill him. Oh, and of course his head is sticking through the wall. Okay, sure. Just tuned in. Is this SPV3? This is. Doesn't have health in the corner. Am sad. I like health above. Like I think with all the experimentation that was done between Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2, I think Halo 3 landed on the perfect HUD. And then Reach obviously took that further and made further refinements, little improvements. I think Reach is still probably my favorite HUD in the series. All it's missing is the health counter from Halo 5.
We go out and they come in.
This is also cool, though. So this is the SPV3 plasma rifle, and it has a damn cool idle animation. So hang on. I will stop for a second. I think it's 10 seconds in the Combat Evolved engine before an idle animation plays. That's cool, right? Like, just the wings kind of expand. Like, that's a cool animation. I really like it quite a lot.
Wait, we need to get to that door.
Gravity Online. So this is one of the cool things that I quite like about SPV3. The Pillar of Autumn gets kind of like a low gravity section. And then, of course, the visor from ODST is available as an armor ability. Sorry. Like, sometimes while playing this, it's easy to forget that this is the Combat Evolved engine. Just because it does kind of look a little bit insane, like how far they were able to push the engine. Okay, is he using MCC? I am not using MCC because it's not available on the MCC. AR has a ramp-up rate of fire and is decent versus Shield's pistol has an uncapped fire rate. Gotcha, it's uncapped. Great for rapidly popping heads and quick drawing on elites with down shields. Gotcha. So it's a bit like the sidekick pistol in Halo Infinite. Okay, so having looked it up, the only references I can see to Halo CE and the Halo 2 engine are from 2005. Yeah, that's what I thought. I know that before Halo 2 Vista happened, there was a lot of excitement about, you know, like mod tools for Halo 2. There were people wanting to port. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's cool looking as elite armor. Reach style. There were talks about like how cool it would be to get Combat Evolved working in the Halo 2 engine, and then Halo 2 Vista released, and Halo 2 Vista was pretty not great in terms of its mod support, and so there was a lot of disappointment, and it kind of would have been impossible to get Combat Evolved ported into Halo 2 with just how limited it was. So you're probably wondering what's going on with the game speed right now. It's probably, I think, the thing in SPV3 that's communicated the worst. There is a like speed boost power-up, or a reflex enhancer, something, I forgot what it's called, and it slows down the game. It's like Chief turns into Sonic the Hedgehog for a second. Yeah, and look at this, the health packs, they're using that cut design from Halo 3. And here is the battle rifle. And that is a pretty cool animation, giving it like a little HK slap. But unfortunately, the battle rifle, so Halo Combat Evolved, God, I freaking love this engine. But Combat Evolved is very, it complains a little bit when you try to do burst weapons. And you're probably noticing that the fire rate is variable. Like, sometimes a burst happens really fast, other times it almost sounds like it's delayed or lagging. And there's also input lag on the trigger itself. Like, sometimes the burst takes a second before it's released from the battle rifle. And it's just, unfortunately, the Combat Evolved engine was not built with burst fire. Kind of supported. Like, all you really had was, like, you know, pick your poison. Do you want semi-auto or fully auto? There's no, like, burst. So because of that, when the engine gets really, really stressed, the bursts kind of get laggy. And it makes the battle rifle of SPV3 really not feel that good to use. But what it does feel good to use is the Brute Shot. Oops. Wanted to reload it. It's also got a great reload animation. You can see, like, the mechanism spinning inside it, whatever the Brute Shot does to work. Yes, but with the M60 damage, meaning you can spam it on elites and eat their shields in emergencies. SMG is basically the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle with faster animations like Halo 2. Yeah, the Speed Boost power-up, it's not communicated very well to the player, like, what's going on. It almost looks kind of like your game's bugged. But, it's an extremely useful power-up once you kind of figure out what it is that's happening. There we go. Pick up that SMG again. Yep, the Brutes are in this mod as well.
The life pods are launching. We should hurry.
There goes the life pods. Yeah, there's that crazy model. I did a short evolution video on the history of Halo's health packs. And even though I made the video, I can't remember what was up with that health kit. I don't think it was ever planned, like, mechanically for Halo 3 to be a thing, but the model and the asset was made, and I can't remember why it was made, but I did cover that in my evolution of Halo's health packs.
Warning, blast doors closing.
Oh yeah, and if you scope in with the battle rifle, single shot. That's pretty cool, right? Alright, I think we're getting close to the point where the mod starts getting really wild. Because it's like, okay, so far so good, you know, this is standard, like, Combat Evolved stuff. But then you enter a completely new section of Halo Combat Evolved.
We're too close. We need to find another route.
I'll try to find a new weapon, okay? SPV3 is my favorite rendition of the plasma rifle. Its firing sound is perfect, fusion of Combat Evolved in future games. Brute Shot deals double melee too. Gotcha. Okay, the Brute Shot does as well. That's good. I like that Infinite officially started doing that as well. And look at this. This is the Brute's Needler. And this thing is awesome. I really like this gun a lot. It feels like something the Brutes, at least the Brutes of the Covenant would have made. And the SPV3 guys, what's actually really cool is some Bungie folk have told them that if they were to do Halo 3 again, they would have made a weapon kind of like this thing, because it looks really at home for the Brutes. All right.
It looks like the Covenant wanted to catch you next.
Oof. Yeah, it's hard not to just use this thing the whole game. And I think in here there's an Easter egg. No. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, but all throughout this mission, you're seeing, like, gravity online stuff, like setting up the mechanics for when gravity for the ship is turned off. Is that elite supposed to die? Because I feel like it's supposed to be a scripted moment where the elite gets killed by the explosion, but I almost never see the elite actually die to the explosion. On MCC, at least.
Blowing into tiny, tiny bits?
Oh god. Yeah, and Cortana's rambling over the microphone. Oh boy. I believe that they also pulled some of her quotes, Jen Taylor's quotes from Left 4 Dead. I can't remember if she was in Left 4 Dead or not right now.
Combat teams, Sierra to Victor, prepare for evac.
The dude was just on the computer while there was a monkey in the other room. Yeah, there is a bit of that.
Outside the access ways. Right on top of us. Let's find another way through.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so that thing is a vortex grenade. It's a new kind of grenade that you can occasionally see the monkeys using. And it does exactly what it says on the tin. Oops. There we go. Yeah, Jen Taylor was Zoe. And so because of that, the SPV3 guys actually used some of Zoe's quotes from Left 4 Dead.
Is offline.
It looks like the Covenant wanted to catch you napping.
Burst weapons in Combat Evolved use overheat mechanics to simulate firing bursts. That's why there's a slight input delay. Rest in peace, no native burst support. I do have a vortex grenade. Here, we'll use that.
Ask yourself this: is what I'm doing right now helping Cortana from blowing into tiny, tiny bits?
There we go. That's the vortex grenade.
All combat personnel, fall back to tertiary defensive.
The Brute Needler is savage. It is savage. This thing is really cool. Ah, where is he? Oh, he's cloaked. Okay, we got him. Now's the time when I think things start getting really crazy. Yep, here we go. So it's like, all right, this, I don't remember this. I don't remember going upstairs. And that's because it didn't happen in the original game. There's that guy who's a little bit zoned out right now. There we go.
The damage to the superstructure is extensive.
Where, there we go.
know how much
I was trying to get more ammo for his needler. Shredder deals double damage per shot, once on impact and again on shatter. Gotcha. Gravity grenades combo really well with the other grenades dropped on the ground. Yeah, the vortex grenades, they can actually trigger the other grenades to start combusting. Actually struggling to figure out where to go right now. I know Combat Evolved like the back of my hand, but not SPV3. Yeah, here's the... Okay. Here's where we came out of. Leave here, go this way. Weapon on the ground. We'll try going back here. Nothing, nothing. There we go. Okay. We have found our footing.
All remaining combat teams, pull out and abandon ship.
All right, let's pick up an SMG. See what other weapons are here. This is also something that I really appreciate about SPV3. So, like, we're getting introduced to new weapons constantly, but you're not going to see everything in Mission 1. Because what Neil Masters, what he really wanted to do with this mod was every single mission introduces you to stuff that you have not seen. Oh yeah, and if you want, you can sacrifice your armor abilities for the Halo 2 health system, which is its own armor ability. The Reach assault rifle gameplay-wise is worse than Halo 3. That's an interesting take. I haven't heard that before. Hey, Dragon Lord just became a member of the channel. Welcome, Dragon Lord. Check out the emojis that you now have access to. They are made by my beautiful wife, one of which is Craig, and you are free to spam that. So would the precursors only be near extinct in the Milky Way? Because I remember them being in other galaxies in the books. The books are a little bit vague. They mention the precursors as being, like, extra-dimensional. So, like, they can exist in other dimensions. So it's hard to say, because the precursors, they're such a, like, their version of existence is so removed from ours that they even describe in the books that they've been through many near extinction moments, and sometimes they do it like on their own accord. Like, it's just to explore different avenues of living and existing. Yeah, look, right now the gravity's offline, so we're all floaty. So I'd imagine that the precursors, like, it may seem like they're near extinct, but for them it's like they're just existing, bro. They're living a life in ways that our three-dimensional minds can't comprehend. So, okay. Let's turn back on the gravity.
In section NC is online.
Okay, I tried to turn the gravity online, but it still feels floaty. You can swap between semi-auto and burst fire on the BR while zoomed. Health regen armor ability only heals up to 2/3 of your max health. Okay, so it's closer to Halo Reaches. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, it looks like down here, gravity is set back to normal. Yeah, this mod's pretty cool, right, guys? I'm so happy that your marriage is doing well, says Void Sleep. Void Sleep, I am happy as well. Marrying Rebecca is one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. And she's giving me a slay face right now. Oh, I love you, baby. Feels floaty. Dog, it is floaty, objectively. Will this be on YouTube afterwards? It will. It will. The stream will be up. Halo 4's assault rifle is better than Reach, and Halo 3 and Reach is combined. Well, that's because most weapons in Halo 4 are stronger than previous incarnations. That it suits that that design document goal that they had for Halo 4's combat loop of wanting weapons to be more widely accessible to people at lower skill levels. No face cam. Yeah, unfortunately there's no face cam right now. I will set up a face cam later though. Oof, oof, oof. Tell her that we said hi, says Gamer Doggo. She says, hello, hello. Did you see the new Halo CE VR mod? I saw that. Is it in Combat Evolved, or is it Combat Evolved stuff ported into a different engine? I saw that on the Halo subreddit. That looked wild. Makes me wish that I had a VR headset. Because being able to run around like the world of Halo 1 in VR would be a lot of fun. Okay, it's for the Gearbox Software PC port. Does it work with other mods? Like, could you run the mod that restores the Xbox shaders? How many levels are you doing tonight? I think I'm just going to keep playing until I get tired, which I already am tired, but that's for completely different reasons. I might have to get myself some coffee in a bit. Oh, yum. Are you all for it? I love you, honey. You're sweet pea. Oh, yes, yes. So the Flood basically was humanity's tests for the mantle. Something like that. It's, I think, a little bit vague, as well as the community not quite understanding it. Well, I also don't quite understand it as well. It's something vague like that. As far as the book is concerned, the book, the Forerunner trilogies, the Forerunner trilogy books, they seem to suggest that the Flood, it wasn't like a test, it wasn't anything like that. It was just a kind of, this is the punishment. Like resetting all life, basically. I think we already got this.
Gravity unstable.
I tried going back and playing the MCC version of CE the other day. Did something change? The game looks kind of awful compared to the OG Xbox version. I thought they patched it to fix the visuals. They did. It should look fine. Is it like too dark, maybe? What is going on with the gravity? What is going on with the door? Why won't it open? I think there's some stuff that I'm missing. Was I supposed to go through one of these guys? Was I supposed to turn on the gravity? Turn it off? Huh. The answer is probably extremely obvious, and I'm not getting it.
Gravity stabilized.
Yeah, like I can't go back here. Because, you know, a stacked thing of crates means no go. Oh, we're supposed to go here. Okay.
Don't waste your pity on them. I don't think they like you much anyway.
Yeah, look, they're all dead. Fun little bit of world building. And now, here is the Halo 4 DMR. Not gonna lie, the SPV3 version of this level can be a maze sometimes. It definitely can. I think some of that also is just like when you're bolting new content onto a level that already exists. sometimes navigation can be a little bit funky, because you've got to find a way to squeeze this new section into the level, and also make sure that you're not, like, kind of breaking the internal map of the level that players have. So, like, for me, right now, I have no clue where we are in the Pillar of Autumn, you know? Yep, and you get introduced to Hunters in level 1, which is probably one of the creative choices I would not have done. I think Hunters should have been saved. Yeah, boy. There's also those green grenades, but I'm not quite sure what those do, to be honest. All right, come on. Do your charge. All right, we got one of them. Oof. Come on, do it again. Oh my god. Oh, he's gonna get me, isn't he? Okay, come on, come on, come on. Oh my god, he's still alive. He's still going. Okay, let's pick up the dead one's hunter cannon. There we go. Whew. Yeah, you can pick up the hunter guns. Missed. The gravity secret is found after this room. Gotcha, gotcha. Here, let me go back and look at some of your... I'd keep the gravity off. There's a secret unlockable you can only navigate to in low gravity. Also, getting the starting pistol from the crewmen is from 1749. Also, getting the starting pistol from the crewman is 1749. What is 1749? So the precursors are the universal vibe check. Sort of, like, the precursors, it's not sure if they originated in our dimension or if they come from a parallel dimension. But either way, the precursors, they started once upon a time as, like, a normal alien race, and they reached that point where they kind of transcended into, like, higher dimensional oh no, SPV3 crashed. Let me load it back up. That's all right. They transcended into a higher plane of existence, and it seems that, like, their ultimate goal was basically to just foster life in a variety of different ways and ensure that all life can eventually reach the same kind of level of enlightenment that they're operating with. But, you know, then the Forerunners, they had their own ideas. Okay, awesome. We can continue from where we left off. Ooh. We've still got this, hang on. The open sauce. Maybe there's some stuff in here that I can do to kind of smoothen out. Oh, thank you, baby. I love you. You're sweet pea. I love you. My wife made me some iced coffee. Here, we'll turn off Bloom. We will turn on anti-aliasing. External effects. What are those? Okay. What's cool about this, this tool is it lets you, like, if I wanted to, I could make the view model all the way over there. So I'm like, look, Master Chief's a camera with a floating set of hands. I always felt like that the default look for the hunter gun kind of betrayed how large those things actually are. So I am pulling back the view model a little bit, positioning it a little bit higher up. There we go. See, now it kind of feels like we're holding a hunter cannon. The 1749 CE. Gotcha. CE beta. Some dialogue from there is present in SPV-32. Jump up to the room above where the manned warthog is parked to reach the secret. Ooh. Oops. Oh no, my controls reset. I'm not using bumper jumper anymore. Man. Okay. Here, you know what? We will switch to keyboard and mouse then. How's gravity feeling? Okay, gravity is not... I suppose I have to go... Oops. I suppose I have to go up there? Okay, how do I turn off gravity then? Or do I have to go all the way back through the level? The hunter gun is... Oh, here we go. We just lost gravity. Okay, we'll use this to try to get up to that secret. Jump up to the room above where the manned warthog is parked to reach the secret. Alright, let's do it. Whenever we hit the ground. Everyone rags on the Halo 4 art style, lol, even though in mods it's universal. Not sure I'd say it's universal in mods. Here we go. Who is this little guy? Is this a secret experimental ordnance? What? Look in other missions for special human weapons and vehicles. What did we do? What did we just activate? Did we unlock something? Where? Oh, so the view model, does the view model FOV go by weapon instead of global? Yes. So, as an example, the DMR has its own different set of rules. So we can do this if we want. Let's pull it in a little bit closer to the screen. Okay, maybe not that close, but... Yeah, here, see? So we've got our own DMR. And then we switch back to this, and look, it's still pulled up really close to the camera. Did you watch the Halo Half-Life 2 20th anniversary documentary yet? I have not. It's on my watch list, by the way. Halo 4 Gene Song cut is pretty good with faithfully bridging the gap between Bungie and 343. Definitely recommend. Yeah, the Gene Song cut is pretty cool. What I'm excited to see, though, are when people get so talented with modding that they can start doing geo modding. Because we're still at this kind of like... We're still in this slump with Halo modding where the most people can do is mod the characters and guns, but the actual environment stay exactly as is. Like, I'm thinking of that, the second mission of Halo 4, where you come up to the giant, Forerunner beam tower-y like thing that you then, you get the active camo and then you go inside of it and stuff. And it would be really cool if somebody could actually, like, modify the level geometry so that thing looks a little bit more like the stone Halo Infinite kind of look. Oof. Correct. This is now your first cross-map unlock. Future maps are now modified with unique add-ons. Gotcha! Here, let's get out the hunter cannon. There we go. Is Halo Infinite mainline? Yeah, Halo Infinite's mainline. There we go. We go up this way.
All hands, this is your captain. Any remaining personnel to the lifeboats immediately. Abandon ship. I repeat.
Here, let me go to... Oh, I can't do settings, can I? That sucks. Okay. Oops. Okay, we'll just use, I tried to do, bumper jumper earlier, because that's my preferred, control scheme, but for some reason it reset all of my, buttons back to the default. You know, A is jump, X is reload. So that's a bit of a bummer. Okay, we're near the end of the mission. The DMR is a mini sniper, deals heavy damage per shot, even versus shields, kind of like the Stalker rifle. Those green brute grenades are cluster grenades. Yep. I remember this thing. Yeah, you can see how far out the scope goes. Yeah, those vortex grenades are cool. I really like those vortex grenades. Oh my god, more hunters. Okay. No problem. Easy peasy.
Combat team, Sierra to Victor. Prepare for evac.
Okay, not back here. I think that the escape pod is right here. No, it's not right there. Where is the escape craft? Or does the mission just keep going? Please tell me the mission doesn't just keep going. I don't think it does. And I'm not gonna slight it right now, the kind of like where am I supposed to go, because it was also a little bit confusing, I think, in the original Combat Evolved, like what you had to do to beat the mission. Do I just have to go to the end? Oh my god, it's still go. Okay, the mission is just still going. Yeah. Oh boy. Ironically, clusters are more effective the less they spread out. Some methods to insta-kill hunters, sniper shots, plasma nade sticks, super combines. Yeah, well, I'd imagine like a cluster grenade would probably do maximum damage if it's all compressed into one tiny area. This is weird. For some reason, default controls are left bumper as throw grenade. And I feel like I actually remember this. It was some weird thing where if you pressed trigger and left trigger at the same time, it just wouldn't register any inputs, and it's an inherent limitation with the Combat Evolved engine that Masters was really bugged by. So he'd always get upset when I made my control scheme bumper jumper. In spite of me saying it's fine, I'll just remember to jump without shooting or whatever the weird rules were. But yeah, the default control scheme for SPV3 is a bit odd. left trigger is to activate your armor abilities, which in this case is my flashlight because I'm using the health regen armor ability. Yeah, come on, have a little vortex, buddy. Oh, so the wife and I, we are watching Rings of Power. And so far, so good, I'll be honest. Like, it's not... going into this, we had heard, like, it is Halo show levels of bad. It ruins the source material and stuff. So going in, it was like, oh boy, here we go. Like, this is going to be a nightmare. And it's not. Like, it's not. Don't get me wrong. There is some stuff that's not great. Like that Riverside town. Like, Rebecca and I were kind of like, okay, when are we going to get back to, like, Lord of the Rings? Because none of this feels like Lord of the Rings. And the costumes are pretty damn cheap looking, man. But some of the stuff is actually pretty good. Like, stuff with the dwarves feels suitably Lord of the Rings-esque. I don't know. I also don't know where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, I'm just suitably lost. I've killed these guys, which means that I am going in the right direction. Wait, checkpoint done. Is this a new area? If I see some guys alive, then that means I'm going in the right direction. No, I just see more dead Covenant. There's that turret. At least I think that's the turret that I activated. Okay, let's go this way. Hang on, it's serious time right now, because getting lost in a Halo level makes for a bad viewing experience. Okay, there's Living Covenant. We're on the right track. This is literally the last area of Pillar of Autumn, unmodified. Gotcha.
There's one last light.
There we go.
Get aboard before it launches. Now would be a very good time to leave.
You should try the Halo CE Ruby rebalanced mod on the MCC. The name may sound boring. Oh, believe me, I'm very familiar with rebalanced. Now, I haven't played it, but I'm very familiar with the I played one level from it, which was 343 Guilty Spark, and I was so damn impressed. So I will definitely play through the whole Ruby rebalanced mod at some point. Probably we'll do it as like a launch day celebration for Halo 2 rebalanced. The night before, I will play through Combat Evolved rebalanced.
I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in manual.
Ugh.
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
I'm losing her. Brace for impact.
If I still had fingers, they'd be crossed.
Yeah, I don't know. Rings of Power isn't, like, atrocious. Maybe I haven't gotten to the atrocious part yet, but the first 2-3 episodes so far, it's like, yeah, there's some stuff in here that's not great,
You're awake.
but there's also a lot of stuff in here that feels like a rushed into production Lord of the Rings show,
When the Covenant arrived.
and that's okay so far. You know, it's not going to be as good as the Peter Jackson movies, and I understand that, and I'm okay with that. So the stuff that I do think is kind of, like, fun, I'm like, oh, this is cool.
I recommend moving into those hills. If we're lucky, the Covenant will believe that everyone aboard this lifeboat died in the crash.
SPV3 Sprint is super cool. You can melee attack while sprinting, dealing double damage and launching enemies. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Masters also talking about how he was able to get it implemented. So from the way that I remember, Masters... See this? This is sprinting in Halo Combat Evolved. If I remember right, it's kind of like you load into an invisible vehicle under the hood, and that's how he was able to get sprint to work. I can't remember for the life of me if it was still the way that it was implemented, but at some point he had some kind of breakthrough. And so it wasn't necessary to do it in this weird hacky way, but I think that's what happens. Yeah, and there's blind wolves. Yeah, the blind wolves are pretty cute. And what's cool is the blind wolves, if you kill them, they just go crazy and the whole pack attacks you. Look, we'll do it right now. Okay, or they'll just be fine.
Types of flora.
Oh, wait, no. No, they are attacking. Okay.
Terrible technology.
Yeah, so what you can
Alert.
do with that
Helicopter
is,
inbound.
if there's, like,
Must be looking
herds
for
of blind
survivors.
wolves that are
I
near
recommend
enemies, you
immediate
can
evasion.
use long-range weapons to sort of snipe them from a distance. It's cool stuff. There's a lot of, like, very sandboxy ways to solve problems, which, you know, I like. Ew, why doesn't the AR have 60 rounds? Because this is not the Halo Combat Evolved AR. This is the SPV3 AR. It also has a scope for some reason. If you want something that does feel more like the Combat Evolved assault rifle, the SMG kind of fills that role in this game. If you guys want, once we've cleared... Actually, let's wait until the AI are able to kind of get into the sunlight, and then we'll do debug camera and take a look at their assets. Because they probably look really cool. Sorry, what is the name of the mod? Not in the video description. Oh, it is called SPV3, single player version 3. But since it is not in the video description, I can actually probably fix that. Here. We are playing Halo SPV3 for Halo Custom Edition. Feel free to subscribe. Smiley face. There we go. Okay. I'm hyped for Halo 3 Rebalanced, especially since I watched Ruby's videos on it before I had MCC on PC, and I was only an Xbox player, and even then there wasn't workshop support yet. Is Ruby gonna ever rebalance Halo 3? I almost dread him doing Halo 3 rebalance, because that will just mean more years of waiting. Ruby's rebalance mods have gotten so damn impressive. Like, I had to stop watching his latest video. I couldn't wait. You know, I couldn't control myself, and I watched his video on what he's doing for Halo 2. And it was like, I felt this, like, sense of, like the, you know, this feeling in the pit of my stomach of excitement. And I was like, I gotta stop. I haven't felt this way about a game in a very long time. I really wish it was just out now. So I am very, very excited about Halo 2 Rebalanced. And if he announces a Halo 3 Rebalanced, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm actually going to invent a cryo chamber. That way I can just freeze myself and wait until Halo 3 Rebalanced happens. Okay. Debug. Camera. Save. Debug. Camera. Load. Game. Speed. 0. Let's get a look at those jackals. Here's the skirmisher. Here, you know what? Since we do have open thought, what we can do is... There we go. Oops. What do you guys think? I don't like these skirmishers that much. The design for them, at least. It's too dark, I think. Like, don't get me wrong, the Covenant creatures having dark skin looks really cool in Halo 1, but this is so dark that detail is actually getting lost in it, just because of how little nuance the Combat Evolved engine has when it comes to this kind of stuff. You know, like, get up really close and it's... What is this supposed to be? Is it flesh? Is it bone? I'm not quite sure. The eye almost looks like an orange. Like somebody cut an orange in half. Then let's get a look at the jackal. Okay, so the jackal sort of looks... It sort of looks like a cross between the Halo 2 jackal and the Halo 4 jackal. It's got that weird, like, crooked smile that the Halo 4 jackal has. But it's got the more canine-like maw. Like, less of a birdie look and more of a dog look in the face. I do think the helmet looks a bit goofy, though. Like, it almost makes them look, like, cute. You know, like, I want to rub its little nose and call it a good boy because of how round its head is. Yeah, let's take a look at this guy here who's falling out. Yeah, I guess I'm not too crazy about this design for the jackals. I don't think they're quite as I don't want to use the word. But iconic is the word I use. It's not unique enough of like a take on the jackal for them to stick in my mind. It almost feels kind of like a Halo Legends asset, you know, where they're kind of it kind of looks like a jackal. All right, stick it in. Versus something more like Combat Evolved or Halo 2 or Halo 3, where they're very, very unique looking game assets. Here, let's take a look at this brute over here. I wanna see what they did with the oh my god, his head is like completely rotated around. Okay, we're not gonna get any details out of that. Okay, any other Covenant anywhere? Oh, here's a sniper. Yeah, the almost like black armor. It's just the Combat Evolved engine kind of screws up a lot of the detail that's supposed to be there. So it's like, I feel like if this was handled in maybe another engine, like something, you know, a little bit more advanced. I just think Combat Evolved, a lot of these designs are a little bit too ambitious for what this poor little engine is capable of. Like, you can see here, it's just something doesn't look quite right with the specularity. Oh, here's some without yeah, it's like a cross between the Halo 4 design and the Halo 2 design. I don't know. Thoughts, guys? Okay. Let us reset our checkpoint then. That looks great. Like, just from this angle, that looks like something from Source. Or maybe not Source, Gold Source. Like, I'm not crazy, right? That looks like Half-Life 1. Like, Half-Life 1 has some environments that actually look insanely good. Anytime you're outside in Half-Life 1, I'm kind of, like, taken by surprise a little bit by just the perfect shade of yellow they picked for the sunlight that kind of, like, bathes the map. And this feels very kind of like Half-Life 1. Like, I don't know. I get it. It's the Combat Evolved engine, but that looks good. That looks like some stone that is reflecting light off of it. Missed Super. Oh, gotcha. Try sticking a plasmonade to a Phantom's engine. Ooh, let me try that. Miss Super. SPV3's particle carbine is what the carbine should have always been, battery powered. It's a Kino precision gun. Yeah, I like the particle carbine quite a bit. I'd imagine the reason that they, the particle carbine, or like, I think that the particle carbine is maybe not... Okay, let me try that sentence again. In Halo 2, the reason the carbine is the way it is because if you're playing as the Arbiter, you can't just be using Covenant weapons against other Covenant. That would be extremely boring. So the Covenant did need, for that game specifically, an analog to the battle rifle. That way players, when they're playing Arbiter missions, you know, they have their precision weapon, their keystone weapon. Here, let's... I don't quite like that view model for the pistol.
It's a mess, sir.
I know it's the Combat Evolved view model, but I don't think it looks quite right.
We'll stay here until evac
At least
arrives.
just for this interpretation of the gun.
Heads up! I got a Covenant truck
Gosh,
just
I wish I
ahead.
could
Over
lower the
here.
crosshair. I would make a freaking cool looking view model if I could lower the crosshair. Here, there we go. That looks a little bit more, I think, appropriate. I don't know, what do you guys think? Does this one fit the pistol a little bit better, at least for this game, this model?
Watch it! Get this!
Did I cook, is what I'm trying to ask? Or did I simply microwave? Let's also fix up the assault rifle. The assault rifle also looks a little bit off.
Whoa! You can't hide from me. Roger that.
Look sharp! Covenant
I
truck
wish
just
that this thing was a little bit taller. Just a smidge taller. And the design would be perfect. Because it looks a bit flattened on the top, and so something about it is a little bit awkward. I'm trying to find a position. It's not about what looks the most realistic, I think. It's about what creates the most satisfying shape on the screen, you know? And just, unfortunately, the assault rifle, because it's so squished at the top, it's really hard to make the SPV3 assault rifle look cool, the longer that I play with it. This, though, looks fine, I think, for the pistol. Does 343 have a narrative lead yet? Maybe? I'm not sure, to be honest. And then here's the new Needler, which does have a reload animation. Whew. Oh boy, here we go. The open sauce addiction for Halo Combat Evolved. Where it's like, I think I'm just gonna fiddle with every single gun in the sandbox for hours and hours and never be happy with the custom view models I create. One thing you can do in this tower holdout is activate a beacon from the life pod at the start of the fight for the little extra challenge. Really? Here, let's check. Boost the distress beacon. Oh, does it like...
Another bandit dropping in behind us.
Does it make like a ton of Covenants start spawning? Oh, we're talking about the Gold Source engine. I feel like the ARs almost never look right. I don't agree with that. I think that the assault rifle, for the most part, has always looked really cool. Like, there isn't like a bad-looking version of the assault rifle. SPV3 ACC sucked, not gonna lie. What's AAC? Or ACC, I mean. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about sprint in this game. Yeah, Andrew mentioned it earlier. If you sprint and then melee, you actually do like a ton of damage. All in-game ARs are great. Hot take, 4 had the best looking assault rifle. 4's assault rifle looked pretty cool. I am partial to the design in Halo Reach, as well as Combat Evolved. That being said, I think Halo 3 had my favorite color direction for the assault rifle. I really liked those little glowing green lights on it. And I sort of wish that those became a staple of the weapon. Here's the particle carbine. If you guys know Halo Infinite Stalker Rifle, this is basically Halo Infinite Stalker Rifle.
We need transportation to the command shuttle. I'm on my way.
ACC is actually... Oh, no, I wouldn't say this mod sucks.
Make it down. The Covenant are going to be right on top of them.
Foehammer, we need you to disengage your Warthog. The Master Chief and
Don't think I can agree with that take.
Roger, Cortana.
Yeah, so you get your choice between the Warthog or the Gun Goose.
Roger, Foehammer. Stand by to evac survivors.
The Warthog's got its own custom model. You can see it's a bit of Reach, a bit of Halo 4 in there.
Staying on station. Foehammer out. The Master Chief and I need some backup. Can you spare a few
You know what,
minutes?
just for the fun of it, we're gonna go with the Gun Goose. Oh boy. Oops, 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 oops. Okay, this is already bad. That was supposed to be an epic moment of us, like, freaking tearing it up through here, not, you know, flipping around endlessly.
This cave is not a natural formation.
Let's
Someone
go down
built
there.
it, so it
Oh,
must
whoa,
lead
whoa.
somewhere.
Okay, here we go.
This is Petty Officer Sheila Pulaski. Echo 205 is on standby.
Hey, hey, hi from Scotland. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope we are doing well. I hope everything is going well in Scotland. I love Halo 3's MA5C. It's seemingly so similar to the MA5B, but it's got nice details that make it such an interesting weapon. I just really like the glowing green lights, man. Really like the glowing green lights. Take a look. Okay, this is from Guilty Spark. Not entirely. It's closer to the Stalker Rifle. Ultra. Also, that's the Heretic Needler Warthog. Activate the 3 beacons in this lower valley. Gotcha, okay. We'll activate the 3 beacons. I do wish that this had the Halo 5/Halo Infinite Gun Goose. I do like that version of the Gun Goose, where it's got the twin grenades. Okay, so that crazy thing that was just fired at me, that is the focus rifle from Reach. Which was actually a pretty cool gun. Unfortunately, I can't find the focus rifle right now. It seems to have kind of like bounced off into oblivion. Mate, go back. You skipped a cross-map unlock before cave. Cross-map unlock. Oh, we're too far in, unfortunately, Andrew. That's okay. I'll go back for it later. LNG is a fellow focus rifle enjoyer. Yeah, the focus rifle's fine. It's very, very good. And what's also important is it makes for very fun custom games. Yeah, I don't think every gun in the Halo sandbox needs to be something that you can reliably pick up and go on killing sprees with. Because sometimes having something that's a little bit unconventional, it may not be the most tactically savvy choice in a match of 4v4, but it could work out pretty well in 8v8, or even better, it could end up inventing its own custom game because of how unique its mechanics are.
There's new traffic on the Covenant battle network. A lot more crew made it off the Autumn than I had predicted.
Do you know about that
really
one
gave them
bizarre
hell.
data pad on the mission
If
keys
we
that's
can
in
find
SPD3?
Captain
Yes,
Keyes
I
and the
am
other
very
survivors,
aware.
We have a chance to coordinate an effective resistance.
And I know what Masters was trying to go for. He was not intending for it to be interpreted the way that the community was. In his mind, it was very cool and very scary and very effed up. Because, like, that's what the Flood is doing, man. Like, the Flood's so scary. But, you know, it's just... Some subject matters I don't think should be tackled by Halo. The game where the grunts have a happy birthday surprise party. So here is one of the cool bits. I really like this section of the level. The original stuff in the first mission, I don't think was quite as good. This stuff is awesome. I really, really like this sequence. So there are little prison cells scattered throughout this little valley full of Marines that we can save, as well as some scary brute stuff. And here's the Brute Plasma Pistol. This thing, rather than EMPing, it sets enemies on fire. I really wish that Halo Infinite had a red plasma pistol instead of the blue one. Oh yeah, and the brutes, they also speak in like reversed voice lines. And one of the voice lines that they say is like, to me, as iconic as Wart 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 from the Elites, which is a pity that it's not official. The brutes, sometimes, when they see you, they I don't know what the line was originally, but they point at you and go, snag! Which is something reversed. Alright, let's release the prisoners. Yeah, look, see, there's like blood splatters in here. If we come over here, look at this. Weird, creepy brute totems with Marines on it. Look, good stuff, right? Alright, let's go to the next batch of prisoners. Don't you think the brutes would have not kept prisoners in the first place? Well, remember that one of the things Tartarus did with when he got his hands on Johnson and Miranda is literally make them prisoners. Like, yes, I don't think brutes would like to keep prisoners, but when they're on a Halo ring and they need to, like, activate, you know, doors, open up things, like, they gotta have a few humans on hand. And then they can probably just kill the human. Which is probably why they have so many prisoners. Probably so that they can, you know, like, you open the store, okay, you fulfilled your thing, now we're gonna, like, feed you to the jackals. And then they just get the next prisoner. Like, rather than just lug around one human. It's probably more fun that way. Missed. Halo Infinite's plasma pistol is purple. Here, let me go up. Sorry. SPV3 Gun Goose has MGs and grenades. Oh! Hit the grenade throw button to fire. If you activate the 3 beacons CMU you missed, all phantoms get the HUD waypoint tags. Gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah. Technically, the Halo Infinite plasma pistol is purple. What I mean by that is I wish that the plasma pistol in Halo Infinite was banished, as opposed to kind of like a Covenant one. I think it would have just been very cool to use a banished plasma pistol.
The Marines are just inside. Careful of the guards.
It wouldn't be out of place for brutes to be sadists. They could just keep them prisoners for the sake of having living punching bags. Yeah, like a brute prisoner I don't think would be, like, well treated. You know, like, the brutes taking prisoners, I don't think that means that they're gonna, you know, give them comfy living quarters. Like, in fact, in some instances, it's probably more ideal to just be killed on the field of battle than taken prisoner by a brute. Because it would have a lot of fun with you, probably. Perfect example of pistol use there. Spam fire for high DPS, scope in for a cheeky headshot. Exactly. And we like our headshots a bit cheeky, don't we? Sorry, I'm speaking a little bit low because I can hear my wife doing something on the computer. I think she's...
Oh, okay, I can.
Everything's good? Okay. She's doing something with her sister, I think, so I'm trying not to be like, and then this happened, and then that happened. Okay, I love you. Why is SPV3 impossible to port to Steam? It's all because of various add-ons that the community have made for the custom edition. of Combat Evolved, like, you know, the Randy Pitchford special. The Randy Pitchford special, the community over the course of the last 2 decades have made a lot of really impressive tools that expand what the Combat Evolved engine is capable of, and the MCC version of the Combat Evolved engine does not have those tools yet. So because of it, just some things in like I think some of it is related to like cross map progression. Some of it is like script extensions, so like more AI can be active at any given time, more sound effects can play at any given time, like stuff like that. That is just not available right now in the MCC. Look at that. Lens God Rays in the Halo Combat Evolved engine. That looks really cool. I think we're waiting right now for a Pelican. Don't know where it is, though. Part of the Pillar of Autumn CMU's effects is that all the starting hogs are now heretic hogs. Their turrets shoot bouncing needles that explode on impact. It's neato. Gotcha. That's cool. Yep, most of the weapon animations are mine or Till Lags, all the way back to 2010 to 2012. Oh, one of the animators is right now watching the stream. You guys slapped with the animations for SPV3.
Let's find him.
Any specific ones that you worked on? Here, I'm trying to figure out if I missed a cave. I don't think that I did. Yeah, just the Pelican's not coming down. How would you describe the Marines' performance in SPV3? Oh yeah, here we go. We forgot these guys. They feel like Halo Marines, you know?
That's all of the Marines.
They're
Chief.
good
Good
enough
work.
to where their impact in the battle can be felt. You know, they provide scale
Thanks, Cortana.
to the battles, but they're not powerful enough that they do the fighting for you, if that makes sense. It's that sweet, sweet middle ground that makes Marines perfect. And I don't think there's a single Halo game that has had bad Marines. Even Halo 4 and Halo 5's Marines, which are definitely dumbed down compared to, like, you know, Bungie Air Marines. They're not,
Who's out
like...
there? I can't detect any Covenant
They're
forces in
still,
the
like, their
vicinity.
presence is still appreciated in the game. Oof. I accidentally unplugged my controller, and because it's Combat Evolved, I don't think I can get controller working again until I reset the game. I play with a DualShock controller, and unfortunately the type of cords that DualShock controllers use, they disconnect extremely easily. It's very annoying. Okay, what are we waiting for?
Flush him out.
Where's the Pelican? Okay, we're still just waiting for the dropship. Oh shit, another dev? Oh, are we just kind of being sneak attacked by cloaked elites?
All right, let's find him.
I see stuff moving around over there.
Clear over here.
I gotta say, the pacing feels a little bit odd. At least since the last time that I played SPV3. Like, there's some sequences that feel like they're taking a little bit slower. I don't know if, like, it's just bugs that have come with new versions of Windows that maybe have broken some stuff in Combat Evolved. Like, I'm having more moments where I have to go find the Covenant because they're not coming to me, you know? Anything? No pistol ammo. Man, oof! Well, that Covenant certainly found me.
Thanks, Cortana. Starting our approach.
Who's out there? I can't detect any Covenant forces in the vicinity.
I don't know. They're monsters.
Here, we'll go hunting in the Gun Goose. Wait, what is Masters even working on now? Because SPV3 hasn't been updated in a long time. I believe Masters is... I mean, you know. If it's true, he should be working on something called Legacies? But, you know, such as the state of fan projects, sometimes when you say that you're working on something... what it usually means is every couple of months you do something. And then you take another couple months sabbatical. There we go. Halo Legacies, that's the name of it, right? The camo elite encounter was added here in the last update, but it didn't always play out like it should have. Yeah, that's the feeling I get. There's a couple of awkward moments that I don't remember from when I played SPV3. Whoa, I just got kicked out. All right.
I was en route with supplies, but the base is under siege by raids.
Now here comes the next bit that's actually pretty cool. Oh, I think that's actually Masters there on the Halo Legacies YouTube channel. Masters is a cool guy. He is a cool guy. He is a cool guy. Does this work on MCC? No, it does not, unfortunately, until someone figures out how to get it working. It has to use a bunch of community tools to kind of expand what the Combat Evolved engine is capable of. And those tools are not available yet on the Master Chief Collection. Only the Randy Pitchford special. Alright, let's get going. Let's get going. Oh, okay. The shield was down. Oh wait, this is the alpha base part. This is the alpha base part. Oof, sorry, I was reading chat. Here we go. Have you ever tried Ruby's CE rebalancing campaign mod? I played only the level 343 Guilty Spark, and I was thoroughly impressed with it. I am going to do a full playthrough of it at some point. Missed. Make sure to try out the Rocket Hog next. Here, let me check out the ones that I missed. Even if SPV3 could be ported to the Master Chief Collection, Masters doesn't want to remake campaigns ad infinitum. Infinitum? I'll be honest. I'm going to confess something. I've never had to read that word out loud. I've never had to speak the word out loud. I've only read it. He's doing grander stuff with the upcoming Legacies project. Yeah, I'd imagine that Masters is kind of finished with Legacies. What would be cool is if Masters passed off a lot of, you know, like, stuff over to the community if they want to keep SPV3 going to some extent. Here we go. Here's a battle rifle. Here, we'll goof off with the view model for a second. Like we were talking about before, trying to find that nice looking silhouette. Man, I really, really wish I could do lowered crosshair. No, that's too tall. Come on. Okay, good enough. Yeah, if I could do a lowered crosshair in Combat Evolved, I would make some sweet looking view models. Bing is your intrusive thought. Bing. I haven't thought about the Bing search engine since, well, the last time somebody said Bing. How do people use Bing? It's wild to me that Microsoft still supports stuff like Bing. Okay. We're inside. Now what we got to do is we got to take out those wraiths. The big problem with anything SPV3 is the maps are so packed with so many limits that have been hit. Even modifying a single model can result in crashes in some missions. This last update really pushed it. Oh well, what I'm thinking is less of adding even more stuff, and like what I'm thinking is refining what's there, making cuts, you know, where necessary, and then with the freed up space, adding in new stuff. Because it would be cool to see some community folk do, like, you know, cut down versions of missions, maybe expand versions of missions by making strategic cuts in certain areas. You know, pretty much like a here, it's your problem now, and then pass it off to the community and see what they're able to do with it. Whoa. You can really see the Combat Evolved engine is very stressed out because some effects just like are not playing correctly. Oh boy. I freaking love when Combat Evolved, sometimes the checkpoint reset happens immediately. Like there's no delay of watching Master Chief fly through the air, so it's just like, huh! And then it's just cut right back to the last checkpoint. I don't know what causes it to happen. Oh, we lost a gun. No drivable wraiths in CE retail was a tragedy. Maybe not a tragedy. Because I'm trying to think of like how the Wraith was in Combat Evolved. And I feel almost like it was sort of like a blessing that it wasn't until like Halo 2 and 3 when we could drive the Wraiths, because the Combat Evolved one seems so simplistic, like mechanically speaking. And the area of effect damage was so finicky in Combat Evolved that it wasn't until Halo 2 when you had a little bit more nuance, you know, a little bit more readability into if you were in the danger zone. Alright, let's hop up here. I had one during that play as an Elite mod die right at the escape pod, and the Elite perfectly cut death screen is golden. Yeah, where they're like, what? And then you cut. Do any of you sleep like Master Chief's death pose? No. I don't sleep on my tummy. I sleep on my side. Usually my right side. Let's back up. That's all the work of Sean Cooper, who works at... Oh, Sean Cooper works at 343 now? That's where he went. Okay, that's cool. Good on him. Okay, we are, change of plans. Let's go this way. Let's take out this Wraith first. Can we even get up there? Yes, we can. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Okay, alright, sure. That's cool. That's fine. I'm okay with that. You absolutely have to sleep on your tummy at some point during the night. What's interesting, when I was a little kid, something that I would do when I was like very stressed out, which granted is like one of those like no doi things, you know? It's usually a symptom of Asperger's, but when I was a kid, when I was very stressed out or not feeling well or uncomfortable by something, what I would do is I would lay on my stomach in my sleep and kind of bounce my head on my pillow. Something about the repetitive motion of doing that or something, I guess, was soothing to me in my sleep. And sure enough, go ahead, go figure, that's actually a thing that a lot of kids who have Asperger's do when they're young. They eventually grow out of it, but it's probably why it's like oh, I have Asperger's as an adult. I wonder why there were no signs when I was younger. It couldn't possibly be the fixation on Sonic when I was younger, or very specific things that I get stuck on for months and months, as well as enjoying repetitive motions when I'm feeling uncomfortable. The neat thing about SPV3's Wraiths is that they can carry passengers on the front. Try grabbing a rocket or Gauss Hog. They absolutely dominate all. Interesting. I have Asperger's too, and I did that as a kid. Yeah, see, it's not just me. Yeah, I don't do it now as an adult because I have other ways of kind of like easing and soothing stress. But man, let me tell you, being on the spectrum sucks. I'd give my left kidney to be neurotypical. Though, that being said, if I was neurotypical, I doubt half of my YouTube content would be as interesting as it is. So interesting that it's common with kids with Asperger's. I wonder why. I think it's something about the repetitive motion of it. Because, like, I'm trying to think of what I was like as a kid and why that would have felt good. Okay, don't worry. We're not going to be stuck on this part for too much longer. Yeah, there's got to be some explanation behind why that felt good to kids with Asperger's. Jeez Louise. Because even when I was a kid, like, there were certain things that was just like no, you know, I absolutely will not wear jeans. I hate the feeling of them, like, to the point that I would, like, break down, because it didn't feel right. It felt very uncomfortable. Kind of like sensory overload. But now as an adult, like, things like that I can tolerate a lot easier. You know, it's really weird. I have 30 FPS locked enabled. It doesn't look like 30 FPS, though. It almost feels like the camera and the game logic is running at 30 FPS, but something feels too smooth for it to be a proper 30. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe like the frame rate lock is being broken at certain intervals. Okay, that felt like 2 frames per second. I don't know if that lag was caught on stream. Keep an eye out for your vehicle's health at the top left. I forgot about that. That SPV3 has a health gauge for the vehicles. Bro, you hate jeans too? I don't hate jeans now as an adult. Like, now as an adult, like, jeans are fine. But as a kid, I would throw a temper tantrum about having to wear them. Because they were just too overstimulating for my poor little autistic mind. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, thank god. Okay.
We are on our way. Thanks for clearing that, LZ.
This is about to become a target-rich environment.
All game logic runs at 30. The best way to play is to keep the frame rate at 60. Well, what I've got is I've got the game locked to 30 FPS in the options menu. But it doesn't look like 30 FPS. So I don't know if the frame rate lock is broken. Okay, we're gonna have to ditch this thing. Let's check out over here. Okay. Okay, you know what? We will take a pistol. Oh no, we need that sprint armor ability, at least for this mission. Because if we get caught outside without a vehicle. Similarly, something that irks me is tags on shirts. I rip them off because I feel legit disgusted about them. Tags used to bother me as a kid. Like, it felt scratchy on the back of my neck. But now, they don't bother me that much. Could be, or the GPU forcing stuff. Probably, maybe. Because it definitely does feel like the frame rate lock is being broken. But then it's weird because sometimes it'll like settle back down to 30 frames per second, and then I'll like look up at the sky or something and we're hovering around the hundreds. And then I'll like die, and for the whole playthrough, it'll feel fine. It'll feel like a consistent 30 FPS. Until I die again, and then I'll be back to running at an unlocked frame rate. So it's probably just some like weirdo Combat Evolved stuff. I could probably force it to lock, you know, in the NVIDIA control panel if I wanted to, but I was trying to play at 30 FPS. Though that doesn't feel great on my monitor just because I've got a 144 Hz monitor. So that 30 FPS, it's not evenly distributed. It feels a little bit choppy. So something ideal would probably be like 48 frames per second. That would probably feel a little bit smoother on this monitor, at least. Oh man, here let's see if we can find a flashlight. I freaking love this. The way that the SPV3 sprint works, it does feel sort of like you're in a vehicle that is slowly ramping up its speed, you know? You don't start at full sprint speed, and there is, you can see, a bit of a slowdown. So, if you whip around fast enough, whoosh, you can see you stop for a quick second. And you can have like a running in place bit for just a little bit. It feels very Looney Tunes-esque, the physics. Okay, I do not know where a flashlight would be, so We'll just make it through these Forerunner environments. Flashlightless. Come here. Since Masters is in here, buddy, why doesn't the pistol do the pistol flip? I had meant to ask you that, like, however many years ago. But I think at that point, I was like a little kid. I didn't understand how games worked. So I was like, why is it like this? Why is it like that? That question escaped me. SPV3 is so bloated. Don't say art style change. Don't say art style change. Actually, evil Cortana is low-hanging fruit. What are we talking about? That's what they called her model in Halo 4. Art style change is what they called it. They could have called it bad, dumb, creative choice. Here we go. Let's go this way. That's cool looking. Those details. Like, that stuff's cool looking. The floor is a little bit much. But some of the wall stuff actually looks pretty neat. Alright. Is Chief's brother Dustin Echoes? Barp fan will say yes, just for the fun of it. Forerunner doors with yellow lights can be punched open. They can. Okay, interesting. I did not know that. Low-hanging fruit. Oh, okay, gotcha. It was a joke about Cortana in Halo 4. Dude, the Cortana design in Halo 4 is stupid. I'm just gonna say it.
If you can board and capture that anti-air race, we can use
Stupid, bad character design that did a disservice to Cortana.
gladly.
Which also Halo 4, I think, did a disservice to Cortana. Not gonna get into that whole rant, though.
We'll use their own guns against them.
Basically, the animator for that pistol did it like 10 years ago and didn't see the need for the flip. Was probably more inspired by what was in 2 or 3. Yeah, that's the vibe it gives. I mean, definitely this is Combat Evolved-y, but I don't know, even this is like a little bit too detailed for something from Halo 2 or Halo 3. Halo 2 and Halo 3's animations are... They range from simple to actually bad looking. That is, unless you're the Brute Spiker, Needler, and Sniper Rifle. Those, I think, are the weapons from Halo 2 and 3, where those animations are like, they cooked.
Alert! Reading multiple inbound targets.
Alright, let's get in this anti-air wraith. You said it for like 4 streams. Yeah, I did. As I've gotten older, there are more and more things about Halo 4 I just do not like. I think we did it, right? Oh, I just have to defend the base.
Aim for the engine pods. That will do critical damage to the Phantoms.
Okay, let's aim for the engine pods. Let's see what the lady on the radio said. Yeah, there we go, buddy. That's a good-looking Phantom explosion. Pretty crazy, considering that that's the Combat Evolved engine that has to do all of that.
Nice work.
Including the physics stuff. They didn't exactly have Halo 2's Havoc physics, you know. It was all like Bungie's weird, kind of like goofy, hacky, proprietary physics system.
I've spotted several pillars of smoke in the next valley. Can't promise you, but my guess is that's where we saw those other life pods land.
The thing I noticed about 343's games is that they forget the storylines after each game. Well, it's not that they forget them, it's that they deliberately pivot away from them. The Didact was killed off in a comic, which, yes, that was a creative choice to pivot, probably in a new direction. I mean, maybe not a new direction. It's hard to say, just with Halo 5, but they absolutely did not forget the created in Halo Infinite. It was a deliberate choice to not continue that storyline, because Cortana being the villain of the series, that is like franchise and brand damagingly bad as a creative choice. And they were very much correct to be like, let's move on.
About time you showed up.
All right.
Showtime.
Talcha is one of the animators on Legacy, so if you have any animation feedback or ideas, feel free to suggest them. Well, I can't see any of the animations, so I don't quite know what I can say. I guess if they're going to be like SPV3, you know, keep cooking. I guess my only bit of feedback would be taking a look at Destiny's animation quality, because I think Bungie had this progression in terms of like their animation styles. Like Combat Evolved was insanely detailed, but very slow feeling. Maybe a little bit too slow for people. And then Halo 2 was a lot snappier, but it was very stiff looking, the animations, to the point that they almost looked like they were unfinished on some weapons. Halo 3 was also just kind of like stiff, but snappy. Halo Reach was a little bit better, but Destiny, I think, is where Bungie kind of like reached that apex, and it's a pity that we did not see them reach that during their run on Halo, because Halo with like Destiny first-person animation quality would have been awesome. Because with Destiny, they really focused on like those action frames and action posing, where you could almost make comic book panels out of each weapon's reload due to how just really nice looking the action poses are. To be honest, fan feedback from Halo 4 also resulted in their pivots, caused, to this day, nobody knows who the Didact really is, because nobody read the books. Yeah, you know, and that probably was a mistake, I think. Yeah, Halo's campaigns, I don't think it's on brand for Halo campaigns to be incredibly deep or thoughtful. Like, even Halo 2, which Halo 2 I still think is probably like the best executed narrative campaign for a Halo game, outside of like ODST. Halo 2 is great not because it's deep. It's not that deep, actually. It's just great because it is a straightforward plot that is executed with like perfect pacing and casting. Like, there isn't a single line of dialogue or cutscene that isn't just flowing like absolute water, you know? And that, I think, is the key to a good Halo story. Not, like, you know, how many tears you can make the Master Chief shed. In fact, Chief is kind of, at his best when he is just kind of a stoic badass. Not the aura. Yeah, exactly. Chief just needs aura. My wife said it best, where she said, you know, Master Chief used to have, like, sex appeal in Halo 2.
We should search the interior.
And Halo Infinite has some of those moments, you know, where Chief just is so freaking cool, dude. But then there's definitely some moments where it's like, oh my god, like we gotta install windshield wipers on his visor, because here we go, Master Chief's sad again.
Hey, fire in the hole!
I've called for an evac.
Oh, let me see. Let me back up a little bit. SPV3 actually has a proper anti-air AA Wraith. It's fantastic. Be sure to grab a Rocket Hog. Oh my gosh. I missed the Rocket Hog, didn't I? Let me see if I can find, though, that, the animation ODXs. Where is ODX? ODX, if you're... Oh, wait. Hang on, I think I see him. I'm not seeing his thoughts on the animations. I took a lot after Destiny, but mostly Halo 3 for SPV3. Gotcha. Oh, okay, so that's for Legacies. Yeah, that, the Scout Rifle reload in Destiny, I think, is the best-looking bullpup reload in, like, any video game. Because it's pretty much, like a super aggressive, super snappy Halo assault rifle reload animation, where it's like magazine out, magazine in, bolt charge. Just that flow of actions, and it's held at the perfect angle. The animations happen within the perfect amount of frames. Just beautiful, so good to look at, so well paced. I think Halo Infinite has the worst looking explosions out of the Halo series. They're definitely rough in Halo Infinite, which I think some of that is some of that I think is definitely like technical limitations. Some of it also I just think is kind of like maybe not great art design. Like, I mean, it's mechanically, you know, solid art design, because you can tell a kinetic explosion apart from a plasma explosion. What I mean is, like, it doesn't make for the most aesthetically, like, satisfying explosion. Like, the grenades look more like a puff of orange smoke. You know, or like a watercolor painting of an explosion. Try sticking a Phantom. Let me see if I can actually get close enough to stick it. Bet you can't stick it. Wait, no, Cortana says that to Chief. Well, I stuck it. I just happened to stick the wrong part of it. Here we go. Okay, since I haven't played SPV3 in quite a while, you know, and it was updated quite a lot, please tell me that the brutes still have snag in their voice lines. Plasma explosions look like goopy bubbles. Well, that's kind of by design. When I was talking to Forrest Baker during the Evolution of the Jackal video, I was able to get quite a bit of insight into their art direction for the different effects, which were primarily, like, you know, based on damage type. So they were thinking less of what do plasma explosions look like in previous Halo games, and they were more like, what do plasma explosions look like according to the lore. And in the lore, they talk about it as being, like, hot, you know, being, like, you know, it burns to the touch and stuff. It kind of like burns into you. It eats through your clothes like acid almost. So they envisioned plasma as being almost liquid-like. So if you look in Halo Infinite, whenever there's a plasma grenade explosion going off, it kind of like splashes hot liquid plasma all over the place. Which not the direction I would have gone with plasma. I would have probably just stuck with how plasma explosions usually look. But I can respect the artistic intention behind it. Why did the Floods still attack RB and the Chief if the Gravemind sent them for the Index? Because it was he didn't send them for the Index. He sent Chief to High Charity so that Chief could cause enough chaos that the Gravemind could get infected in Amberclad through High Charity's, systems. Chief was a distraction. It was never about the Index. Oh wow, the sound effect's a lot nicer. When I played SPV3 last, the focus rifle sound effect was so like ear splitting that it would kind of like blow out. It would blow out my speakers. For me, it's snams.
There's some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
Also, SPV3's focus rifle is utterly devastating. It straight up nukes shields and unlocks everything. Stun locks anything short of hunters to death. Yeah, the focus rifle slaps in SPV3. I might do a force reset at some point so I can get the controller working again. Because unfortunately I kicked the wire and my controller became unplugged. And I don't think you can actually get controller working again in Combat Evolved without a reset. Okay.
There's some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
It's him. You're a sight for sore eyes, Chief.
All right, here we go. LNG, do you know about the fan adaptation of Combat Evolved into an animated series using Blender? I did not know about that. If so, what are your thoughts on it? The clips that they've released from episode 1 look really cool. I have not heard about that. I'll have to give it a look later. That's cool. That's cool. Sounds super ambitious. Oof, oof, oof. Holy crap, what is wrong with that Banshee? That thing was crazy. The pilot was like bloodthirsty. Did you see that? Wait, is that really a line? I was trying to snipe those cubby bastards, but I'm hit. If that was not a line from Combat Evolved, that is like a damn good line. Freaking love all the voice actors for Combat Evolved. SoDoes is an awesome animator if you've never seen him. Oh, I've seen him. Same with Halo VFX. Well, I'd hope Halo VFX is a good animator. He works at ILM, for Christ's sake. Like, he's worked on, like, Star Wars. That Banshee really wanted you dead. How can you deadpan the death and keep going? Yeah, it was, I was distracted by whatever was going on in the chat at the time. Oh, you want to see something really funny? So, because of this animation, it becomes very silly if you look at the sky while doing it, because you've got to visualize Chief doing this. Like, visualize Chief with his back turned at the sky like that, running like this. Oh, is there... Oh, there's still a Covenant. Yeah, something's up with the... Yeah, the original SPV3 release that I played, Covenant didn't have this much trouble finding me, I guess. They were usually, like, pretty good at just beelining straight for you when they needed to. There weren't this many lulls in the pacing. So something must have broken. No, looking up and down overlays in Halo CE. Damn, that scope has some Z fighting. Yeah, it's because we're so far out from the center of the map. And this version of the second level is also just so much longer. Yeah, the poor scope. That poor scope's really going through it. Being real, the Halo Delta, the Delta Arena playlist was so good. I could totally see the next Halo installment having no sprint and being well received. I could as well, but I don't think it will have no sprint. And I do agree. I like the Delta Halo playlist quite a bit. It just... The pacing of combat is more my style for Halo. Like, weapons are always up, gunfights are always happening, respawn timer is really fast, maps are a lot smaller and more compressed, you know, no pointlessly long hallways and huge stretches of environment with no cover due to sprint. Just map design is a little bit more creative, combat feels a little bit more creative and fresh. You can actually use the plasma pistol because everyone's slowed down. But I know the next Halo will have sprint. I wish that we could have one Halo project from 343, or Halo Studios, I guess. Would you rather them having to keep dealing with Blam? Selfishly, yes. Selfishly, yes, but I'm not sure if that would mean that we'd still, like, we'd keep getting unfinished games from Halo Studios. Because it's like, if they're gonna keep this kind of like contractor system, like if Microsoft makes them keep this like, you're hired for 18 months and get out, like, it probably is better in the long run that they do something like the Unreal Engine.
The bad news is that the Covenant have captured the entire surviving command.
Just something that more video game developers are familiar with, stuff where solutions to problems are, you can do a quick Google search rather than hunt down engine leads at the studio and who are familiar with the proprietary technology. It does suck that they're ditching the Halo engine. Wait, we've already done this. We've already done this one. I mean, on the plus side, you know, maybe now that they're switching to Unreal Engine, there will be enough headroom kind of in the pipeline for some more advanced visual effects. Like, I noticed that not slip space, that little demo that they were doing, that little project, that's the first time I've seen Halo have motion blur since Reach, when Master Chief kind of ignited the energy sword. Like, dude had some motion blur on him and it looked really cool. Oh my gosh.
The last lifeboat is near the cliff edge.
Oh, the last lifeboat's all the way over there? Okay. CryEngine mentioned. Are we talking about CryEngine? Infinite has some of the most fun PvE combat in the series. I'm really disappointed that they're switching to Unreal. They finally really nailed a lot of what made Halo fun. We just needed more of it. Yeah, I agree. Infinite is definitely definitely some of the best feeling AI combat in the series. They even kind of walked back a lot of the changes made in like Halo 2 and then onwards through 3, Reach, 4, and 5. They walked back a lot of their changes, like banished AI. They feel more... it's a thing that changed from Halo Combat Evolved to Halo 2, where they wouldn't stagger when you'd shoot them. And that was something that was actually really nice in Combat Evolved. You know, little grunts running, shoot him, and he stops to do a stagger animation. And they got rid of that in Halo 2. You could keep shooting the grunts, and they wouldn't stop. They'd keep running. And Halo Infinite really brought that back in a big way. You know, AI feel more reactionary in Halo Infinite. They feel a little bit smarter. Definitely helps that like their emotions are very easy to pick up on because of the strong animation quality. Outside of maybe the Berserker brutes, I do think that it looks goofy, that it looks like a run cycle that has been like sped up. I think there probably could have been something, I guess, more like, rather than like a big muscly guy just like running at you fast forwarded, I wish that they did find a way to take that Halo 3 like animalistic charge and get it to be a little bit quicker. Because I did like that look in Halo 3, the way the brute is like all hunched over, he's like baring his fangs, he's like slipping and sliding, sometimes running on all fours, sometimes doing short little hops to kind of pick up speed to get to you. Brutes throwing grunts in Infinite was peak AI. Dude, the brutes throwing grunts in Halo Infinite is such a good idea. It's like surprising that Bungie didn't come up with an idea like that. Like, it's like, yeah, like the brutes would pick up a grunt and freaking throw them at you in anger. Oh my god. And, Halo SPV3 ABCDEFG crashed. Okay, now we can play with controller. Loader settings. Let me actually hop into the loader settings super quick. I'm going to turn off ambient occlusion. We'll keep volumetric lighting on. Okay, yeah, everything's looking good. Perfect. I was waiting for it to crash so that I could use the controller again. Oh, excuse me. Halo 2 Angry Brute is my favorite Angry Brute. The Halo 2 Brutes, when they're angry, they're not fun. The animation looks unfinished, and the environments are too small for there to be anything interesting that happens. Usually what happens in Halo 2 is they very slowly get down on all fours, which looks kind of goofy, and then they just run into you below your field of view and just kind of toss you up into the air or back you up into a corner and then launch you up the wall of the corner. Yeah, like Halo 3, for all the, talk of Halo 3's brutes are too slow. Like, do agree that they are a little bit, a brute is like halfway across a valley, and then he like, I'm gonna get him. Then he throws his gun on the ground and slowly starts making his way to you. Like, it's not great, but I do prefer it over just like this. This is just not. This feels unfinished in Halo 2. Hot take, but Infinite had an amazing sandbox. My second favorite in the series. Yeah. Halo Infinite has an incredibly strong weapons sandbox. One of the, probably like the most focused since ODST. Like, obviously there's some, you know, a couple of odd ones where I don't think they really ever figured out what they wanted the disruptor to be. But it's a sandbox where you can take a look at like any weapon and you're like, that's why this is in the game. You know, it kind of earned its place. 3 berserkers look like a goofy bear hug, not gonna lie. I missed 2 supers. Damn it, I missed 2. Okay, let me go back. You never really do see that sort of behavior from Banshees anymore, with them trying to dive bomb you. I blame Banshee hijacking, nixing their appearances. I think also some of it is, I think after Halo Reach, I think vehicle combat has sort of fallen off in the Halo series. So there just aren't interesting encounters set up anymore, you know, for fun stuff like that to happen. Do try an engine stick. You won't regret it. Yeah, I gotta try an engine stick. Oh my god, let's try it right now. Okay, oh, come on, run. Oof. If Masters is still here, I'm sure he has some thoughts. Okay, let's try to get an engine stick. Oh my god, it works. Oh my god, look at that. We just rounded them all up. That was satisfying. That was so satisfying. That was worth it. Nah, Infinite is missing a lot of actually fun weapons like the concussion rifle, in my opinion. Yeah, it is missing something like that, but I wouldn't say a lot of fun weapons. Just some. And like I said, it's not perfect. But I do think it's focused. And I do think Infinite has plenty of fun weapons of its own. The Ravager, I think, is a ton of fun as a weapon. Same with the Heatwave. Cinder Shot. Really like the new Hydra, the Halo Infinite Hydra. Feels a little bit more mechanically interesting as a weapon. Like the Halo Infinite version of the Hydra, it feels kind of like, you know, the Halo 5 Hydra is all about ease of use. Like, it's a gun you pick up and get easy kills with. Infinite's feels a little bit more like a weapon you pick up because of the function that it has. And if you're good with it, you can really do some good damage, disabling vehicles, putting vehicles into doom states, and even up close. You know, when you're running into a room, switch off the targeting mode, fire at the feet, maybe land a direct hit, and then follow up immediately with a melee attack, and you'll secure the kill. The Infinite Hydra was nerfed. I don't think it was nerfed. I think it was made more interesting mechanically. Because the Halo 5 one is just kind of like a shut off your brain and get some free kills gun. Like, it doesn't really stick out in combat. I don't think of like, oh my god, there's so many different ways I could use this thing. It's just kind of like brain shut off, gun go burr. And like, that's fine, don't get me wrong. I just think the dopamine hit, it wears off after a while when you can only really use the gun in one specific way, which is get free kill. And the gun doesn't challenge you in any interesting way, because it's so mechanically simple. That's part of the reason I also don't like the Saw as a weapon. I know everyone likes the Saw. But for me, the Saw is just, it's like It's like, oh, it's a gun with training wheels. It's a gun that gets the kills for you. It's just too simple. Ugh. A shame that the infinite skirmishers aren't real skirmishers. I don't think it's a shame. I actually think it's kind of neat. Because it opened the door to female jackals. Which I think was actually pretty cool. Your literal breakdown of the BR about a year ago mentions the weapons of the Bungie sandbox were that they worked around each other. Now it's like pick up your M16. Yeah, well, Halo Infinite isn't so much that way, which I appreciate. Infinite, you know, you're not gonna pick up the Hydra because it's your preferred weapon to run a loadout with, you know? You pick up the Hydra because you want to doom some vehicles. There's somebody with a Warthog.
The Truth and Reconciliation.
Or, you know, there's too many Spartans capping a flag or something and you gotta clear them out, make them scatter. But definitely in Halo 4 and 5, weapons were more like, use whatever you want.
There's our ride. Get aboard and let's get out of here.
They're all easy to use and get kills with. And because of that, none of them really stick out in my mind. Like the assault rifle, SMG, DMR, battle rifle, carbine, light rifle, like in Halo 5, it's like they're all so freaking easy to use. We're gonna pick the stealth option. I'd advise reading all of Master's comments and lightning stuff, not to lie. If you plan on streaming SPV3 again, I'd bring them on for a commentary stream. We could definitely do that. That would be a lot of fun. Let me go up, though, and read some of Master's stuff. 5 really doesn't have a lot of vehicle stuff. 5 doesn't have a lot of vehicle stuff, and the vehicle stuff it does have is kinda underwhelming. Like, it's a problem that, like, you know, they didn't invest enough in the Prometheans getting their own vehicles, so all the stuff on Meridian just kind of falls flat. It's you in the vehicle shooting at ground targets.
Stick to the higher ground.
Oops.
We should be able to.
Let's restart the level. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. I was trying to activate the night vision.
The enemy has captured Captain Keyes and are holding him.
Infinite is probably my favorite sandbox out of the 343 Halos. Oh, it's absolutely my favorite sandbox out of the 343 Halos. LNG doesn't play with items on in Smash Bros, I already know. I actually do. I like Smash Bros with items on more than I like it with items off. Same reason I also prefer Halo. Having items that have specific purposes rather than just like, here's a submachine gun.
Stick to the higher ground to the right.
It kills at this range. Here's a DMR. It kills at this range. I think that's kind of like boring sandbox design. I prefer the like Halo Infinite / Combat Evolved style of like, here's like a gun that's very specific and unique. It's called the Heat Wave. It fires a sheet of hard light, and if you press the zoom button, you can change the angle that the sheet is fired out at. It can bounce on these surfaces and blah blah blah. You know, it's like so crazy. Like the amount of like, it's a gun that has a lot of requirements. Like you have to meet the gun halfway, and when you do that, you can get a lot of really interesting kills done with it. And because you're kind of working for your kills, each one feels more satisfying. I love the green lens sniper more than I like the blue. Yeah, the blue sniper I'm not a fan of. I don't know why they went with that in Halo 4, and why they kind of like insist on keeping it that way, even in Halo Infinite. There's gotta be some like video game art direction rule that they're following, you know? Because like Sparth isn't, you know, Sparth is like super, super well known in the game industry, and he's an incredibly talented artist. So there's got to be some kind of rule that he was following when they made the sniper rifle have a blue scope. There's another CMU on this mission. Hint, bridge. Also, SPV3 has hands down the best implementation of stealth, helped by CE limitations, ironically. Yeah. I agree there. There is a world of untapped potential with Halo's stealth systems. It's kind of a pity that Halo never really explored them. That's the one thing that bothers me actually quite a bit about the Halo MCC modding scene. Besides just the boring, like Halo campaign rebalanced. Buffed assault rifle, buffed shotgun range, buffed fuel rod gun explosion. Like, just give everything a buff and then call it a rebalance and upload it to the workshop. There haven't been any mods that, like, try to expand on ODST's stealth systems, you know? I love the Ravager sidekick combo. Yeah, no joke. The Ravager sidekick is actually really good. And what I also really like is if you're farming XP in multiplayer, play the Grunt Apocalypse playlist and select the Ravager and put the overcharge shot into work. Because it doesn't matter if you get the kill or not, just damaging any grunt that you see. Even if another teammate picks them off, you'll get a bit of XP for it. So ironically, you can actually end up getting more XP by not killing grunts, just damaging them. Because then any grunt that like your teammates kill, you get a bit of that XP because you've been damaging every single grunt that you see. I am, you know, on the grind to the max rank so I can get that Master Chief kit. Heatwave is also cool in how the spread decreases with the travel time. Yeah. I don't know. Halo Infinite Sandbox is good. Some stuff I would have done differently. I think the Disruptor probably should have had a solid vision before they began developing the model, the animations and stuff, because it's very clear the Disruptor was a gun where the model and animations were done before they had a realized vision for the gun, and as a result the gun feels kind of like not mechanically fleshed out in the way that weapons like the Heatwave were. I personally would have absolutely kept the classic shotgun, because I do think Infection suffers because of it. Not that Infection isn't fun anymore. The new Alpha Zombies playlist is actually really good fun in Halo Infinite, but God, the lack of this shell-loading shotgun, it's felt, man. As an Infection veteran. You still playing Black Ops 6? I don't blame you if you're not. Now, I'm falling off of Black Ops 6 pretty fast. I grinded the assault rifles and SMG camos, and I have 2 battle rifles, or marksman rifles or whatever, gold as well, but I just don't feel like playing anymore. Like, I'm playing it more so because it feels really good on xCloud. Like, I don't know if maybe Microsoft is doing something behind the scenes to make it feel slightly more responsive, but it is a good feeling game when streamed over xCloud via Halo versus Halo Infinite, which does not feel that good over xCloud. It feels very laggy. But I'm at my like breaking point with Black Ops 6, where it's just like kind of a boring game.
Cortana to Echo 419, requesting reinforcements at
Like I've had my fill. You know, I'll probably revisit it in half a year after they've added, you know, quite a bit to the game, because then it'll probably change quite a lot. But sad limitation is that combat evolved enemies can't hear bullet impacts. Ah, man, that sucks. Combined with SPV3 silenced weapons, and you can reliably clear many encounters undetected. Interesting. Do they react to... Well, I assume that they do. Do they react to an enemy that is near them dying? Like, you know, the whole death scream and the body hitting the ground? Or is it sort of like, they have to visually see the Covenant getting killed? The new Brute Shotgun for Infinite seems like a good replacement for the classic shotgun. No. No, I don't agree there. Like, it's cool, don't get me wrong, I'm really excited about it, but for Infection specifically, that new Brute Shotgun, I don't think it could be the new weapon for Infection just because of how insanely strong that melee is. It would make playing as a zombie very obnoxious to be thrown around constantly. If there was a variant released that did not have the crazy explosion, possibly. But it's just the shell-loading shotgun, the rhythms of play that are created, the moments of tension and the rhythms of play that are created by its manually reloading all 5 shells before, you know, you have a quote-quote full gun. That is something that just, you can't be like, well, here's a double barrel. It's like, you gave me something different, you know? You didn't give me a good replacement. You gave me something different. Oh yeah, true, with the hammer. It wouldn't be good for that. Hopefully they do a variant. It's weird that they combined combining 2 power close-range weapons into one. Hey, as far as I'm concerned, it's gonna be the most creative DLC weapon that they're releasing so far for Halo Infinite. And I hope that they do more weird stuff like that. It definitely is like an odd choice to make a weapon that seems to be almost unstoppable at close range. But it's like, that's cool. Like, it's a cool gun. It looks like fun to use. Like, I encourage more stuff like that. I'm not gonna poo-poo it. Like so the first 2 DLC weapons, I think, for Halo Infinite, they're very boring, but I do think that they were kind of like necessary inclusions. Like the game did need them ultimately. The Bandit rifle was needed because the battle rifle, I think, is too competitively compromised. Like it's just a little bit too easy to use in competitive play. It doesn't make for a fun combat rhythm. And the assault rifle is too overpowered for Social Slayer to feel like, well, social, you know? So introducing the Bandit, which feels kind of like the Halo 5 pistol, was a good step for competitive players, because now they have a competitive weapon that has a little bit more of a predictable fire cadence, something that doesn't just, you know, automatically bump itself up to the head for a free headshot. And then that new SMG, now you've got something that is good at close range and kind of tough to use as you know, expand that range further out. Like, Okay, now Social Slayer and Competitive Slayer, they're in good spots. Now we can start getting weird. Am I the only one that would have new weapons, or the Spartan Laser of the classic shotgun, plasma rifle, etc.? I don't think you're the only one, Isaiah. I think there's actually some folks in the Halo community that would love to see new weapons. And it does seem like that's kind of what they're going to be doing with Halo Infinite's DLC cycle. You know, so far it's been entirely new weapons. I mean, outside of the DMR.
Cortana to Echo 419. Requesting reinforcements at our position.
Roger, Cortana. Echo 419 on approach.
This should be applied to both the OG Shotgun and Magnum. Make them power weapons. Sidekick starts exist. See, this is interesting. So, it's something like I'd never probably like factor into, you know, a video, because I feel like you're getting too complex in like your Halo sandbox breakdowns, and you start to lose people. Like, power weapons are a simple concept that people can get behind. I prefer Halo not having like capital P power weapons. The reason being because I think that it depends on the map if a weapon is, you know, quote unquote, a power weapon. Like, if you were to throw the shotgun on something like a Blood Gulch, is it still a power weapon? Like, that thing's gonna do nothing, you know? And same thing with like putting a sniper rifle in a super close range map. Like, you'll probably die, honestly, more than you'd get kills. I think Halo, it would be better if Halo drops the, you know, this is a power weapon, it has to spawn on a power pad, you need to, it only respawns this, and starts doing more like, just, here's a ton of guns. You know, just here's a ton of guns. Kind of like the Pit in Halo 3, it has 2 sniper rifles and 2 shotguns, and they're available right from the spawn.
Once we're inside the
you know,
ship,
and
I
each
can
team
home
gets
in with
access to
Captain's
one
command
immediately.
neurointerface.
And it's like,
They'll
but they're
probably
power
be in
weapons.
or
It's
near
like,
the ship's brig,
not the
should
way the
narrow
Pit
us.
treats them. The Pit just treats them as weapons.
Inbound. Clear the drop zone.
And that's kind of the way that I'd prefer Halo sandboxes being balanced. Also, I didn't expect you to be a hardcore fan in Call of Duty. When we played, I was like, oh no, I'm not prepared. Oh, Isaiah, the reason we were doing hardcore was for headshots, for the gold camo. I'm not a fan of hardcore either in Call of Duty. Except for Modern Warfare 3. I do like hardcore in Modern Warfare 3. The new Modern Warfare 3, that is. Because it feels a bit more like Modern Warfare 2019. And Modern Warfare 2. 2022, which I do like those time to kills in those games. Oh, hang on. Let me fix up this we don't want this hunter gun to look like a tiny little baby toy, right? We want it to look big in our hands. There we go. Mist. Also be sure to try out the piercer here. Here, let me check the mist. Said, not sad. Oh, I think it's a good thing since it makes stealth kills possible. Also, combat evolved coveys react to ally kills with mild alarm, but little else. Gotcha. Said limitation is that see enemies. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Jake Sklar? I hope I said that right. Just donated $10. Dude, I appreciate that. That's really generous of you. Sorry for the hard-hitting question. I respect your opinion and want them for Halo games more than any one on YouTube, honestly. That's nice. That's really nice of you to say. Just thank you. Thank you for, I guess, respecting my opinion enough to have that opinion. That's really nice of you, dude. Have you ever had direct contact with 343 for opinions on future titles? No. I think Halo Studios, 343, whatever you want to call them now, they seem to be a lot more tight-lipped. You know? Not that they're less engaged with the community, but more like, it seems like if they do have projects in the works, they're not far enough into production that feedback can be warranted, you know? As well as there is probably also a little bit of, like, I'd imagine, like, trying to find that creative team to begin with, because it seems like 343 or Halo Studios is still not at capacity to begin building the next Halo title. It seems like they're still in the hiring phase. But once they are, like, you know, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to give my opinion where and when I can. Apparently Elon is making a game studio called XAI with the tag Make Video Games Great Game. What? Well, it's Elon Musk, so it's probably going to be terrible, to be honest. It'll be like the Cybertruck. Ugly, hard to look at, unappealing, and easy to make fun of. Dude, what's so annoying about the Cybertruck is I know what he thinks he's doing with that design. And I agree with it. A truck can look cool, but the design they came up with does not look cool. It's so weird when I'm driving and I see one out on the road. It looks like an in-game asset that failed to render the high-quality model. Oh boy. Okay. Speaking of sniper rifles in close-range environments, let's trade out the sniper rifle first chance we get. I don't know where that piercer went. It just bounced off into oblivion. Okay, well, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Alright, Jackal Shield, let's go. Oof. There we go, we got a vortex grenade. Nice. Oh my god! Okay. But cool trucks already do exist. Second gen Ram for one. Cool trucks do exist. Which is funny because Marty was anti-AI now and he wants to work with XAI. Well, you know. I remember Marty said, I never wanted to be a politician in his announcement run. And I'm like, that's funny because you're damn good at being a politician. Lying, contradicting yourself, not being consistent. You seem almost a natural at it, dude. I liked him better when he was a game developer. Make video games great again. Utter mega cringe. Giga cringe. Yeah. Giga cringe is the best way that I can describe it. Doesn't help that the vehicle, the Cybertruck, is absolute garbage. Yeah, it's so, like, part of the reason that, like, vehicles are so rounded, it's not just, like, an aesthetic choice, it's also, like, a structural choice. Like, it's the safest way to survive a car crash. It helps prevent the metal from warping and kind of distorting the look of the car, you know, helps redistribute heat on hot days. Like, there's a lot of, like, structural reasons that cars have kind of, like, taken the shape that they have over the years. And then the problem with the Cybertruck is, you know, as, like, the seasons change, as they get into, like, dangerous situations, there's a lot of problems that boxy design causes. As well as even just, like, handling a Cybertruck. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen, like, the stories about people getting injured by just, like, slicing their hand on the trunks and stuff like that because of how sharp the metal is, or how, like, superheated and thin it gets. Yeah, the Cybertruck just seems kind of like a disaster, and it's so frustrating because, like, I get it, man. You should have kept prototyping, because what was kind of forced out onto the market is not it. It's not that car of the future aesthetic he thinks it is. Oh my gosh. Let me scroll up. I think I messed up. Saltine Studio just donated $20. Dude, I appreciate this a lot. I hope you're having a great day, dude. I'm heading out for the night, but always enjoy your content. Just another guy enjoying his life, doing what he does best. That's so nice of you. I appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish you well, my friend. I wish you well as well? Probably could have thought that sentence out. Regardless, message still stands. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. How do you feel about Infinite's emphasis on damage types, like ballistic, plasma, hard light, electric? I like what it adds to the table. I also like what it adds to the table. I think it's a little bit inconsistent sometimes. And also in some cases it kind of, like, I think harms the creative potential of the weapon. In terms of it being inconsistent, I think of, like, the Sentinel Beam. You know, we've established that hard light is reflective off of surfaces, so why isn't the Sentinel Beam reflective? Like, why does that gun get to break the rules? And then in terms of it being restrictive in what it can do, come on, there we go. In terms of it being restrictive in what it can do, I think of, like the plasma pistol, how they had to sort of walk back their choice for the plasma pistol, not having it EMP stuff. It's like, well, it's a plasma weapon. It can't EMP. It's not an electric weapon. And then eventually they were like, actually, never mind. The plasma pistol can EMP again. I do like it, though, as kind of like a baseline. Like, weapons that all fall within this damage type, they generally have these functions. I just think maybe they shouldn't have done it as strictly. He was trying to make the DeLorean too. I think what he was trying to make was, because this, like, Elon Musk, apparently, he's on the spectrum. So I'm trying to tune my autistic brain to his and try to figure out what he was trying to do with the Cybertruck. And it's like, okay, he likes Deus Ex, clearly likes Cyberpunk and stuff like that. I think what he was trying to do was he was trying to make a real-life cyberpunk truck, like something that you'd see in the Deus Ex universe, but in real life, because he thought it would be cool. And I agree with him, that would look cool in real life, but the Cybertruck was not the design to go for. The Cybertruck looks stupid. It looks like a square with wheels. If you want to do an actual, like, cyberpunk design, you gotta have more neon. I don't think bouncing was expressly a feature inherent to all Forerunner weapons. Over-penetration probably, but even the Cinder Shot defies that. Well, the Cinder Shot bounces. The Cinder Shot even, it has to bounce right before it explodes. So this also comes into, like, something interesting. So my point about the Sentinel Beam, is also maybe a little bit unfair because they did actually try to do that, but they ran into technical limitations. You can, fella by the name of Dan Cossack, who does not work at Halo anymore, he said the original intention was that the Sentinel Beam could reflect, and they had even set up challenges in the open world where you would have to kind of like mirror challenges, like position mirrors, and then fire a Sentinel Beam, and the beam would reflect and bounce off of all these different mirrors, and then, you know, charge a supercell to open a door. But basically during testing, Microsoft was like, this isn't a Legend of Zelda game, this is a Halo game, like, get these fucking puzzles out of here. To which he was very upset by. And then on top of that, the constant reflections from the Sentinel Beam started to actually, like, cause problems and bugs and instability, so they had to cut it because they didn't have enough time to sort out the issues. The late night community needs to get you a seat at Halo Studios' table, man. COD is fun for 2 weeks and release my mind. Halo is forever. That's incredibly kind of you. I don't know, though, what I could contribute to Halo, because I am not a game developer. It's very easy to have ideas. It's very hard to, like, have good ideas that all are able to form a coherent video game, as well as, like, work on that video game. Unfortunately. But that is very nice of you to say. I really appreciate that. Cut the mirror puzzles, but kept the Power Seed puzzles. Well, the Power Seed puzzles weren't kept. They were more like it was the only thing that they had, and it was better than there being genuinely nothing. Because the Power Seeds were kind of about, like, well, if you have nothing, players are just going to breeze through the level. Because unfortunately, that a side effect of having an infinite ammo grappling hook is that if you just present players with, like, a level, like a straightforward level from start to finish, they're just going to grapple hook across the whole level and be done with the level in, like, 3 minutes, because they're speedrunning it. So those Power Seeds are a way to slow the player down, so that they aren't just speedrunning from start to finish. Like, there's a bit of backtracking, sometimes you're forced to slow down so that you can shove a Power Seed into a thing. I respect it, and it's the best they could do when Sandbox just surprise dumped the fact on them that, like, hey, that grappling hook, we're making it infinite ammo, and the player gets it from the start of the game. And no, you don't have enough time to change any of your level design. Yeah, there were a lot of folks on the campaign team that I've spoken to that were not happy about what was done with the grappling hook. There were a lot of encounters that were kind of, like, broken by the grappling hook. It's specifically the infinite ammo inclusion of it. And it kind of, like, caused a little bit of demoralization when it came to the open world design, because it's like, what's the frickin' point? Like, the players are going to move too quickly through the open world to appreciate any of this stuff. Like, there's a lot of interesting parts in the campaign where if you do self-imposed rules to not use the grappling hook, like, you have to use vehicles and stuff. You know, you can't just fly across trees. There's a lot of, like, little scripted moments, little checkpoints and stuff that you run into. Moments where, you know, you pick up an interesting thing and then boom, suddenly you're surprise attacked. And you wouldn't notice that if you are just grapple hooking across the whole open world. There's a Cybertruck that's always parked in front of the gym I attend, and it has Meatloaf stamped on the sides. It's the Meatloaf truck to me now. Dawson. So I don't know if you follow Internet Today. It's these guys that are from the Machinima days of YouTube, and they're still together, and I love them. Ricky and Elliot. They have a channel called Internet Today. That's where I primarily get my news from now, and they do something that is so funny, and I've adopted it now. It's a lot nicer than giving the middle finger and won't start fights, but it's somehow a lot meaner, and it's give the thumbs down salute when you see a Cybertruck out in the wild. And that's what I do now. If, I'm out on the highway driving and I see a Cybertruck, if I do get to the point where, like, we're at a light or something, or I'm next to the Cybertruck, roll down my window, give the thumbs down salute. The look I get from the drivers sometimes is like, they look like ashamed that I reacted that way. Because it's like, it's not a middle finger, it's not something crude and rude. It's just like thumbs down, man. What are you doing? Grapple Hook breaks the original gameplay loop, but it's so fun. It is a lot of fun, but it really does break the gameplay loop. I feel like the grappling hook at least should have just been contained to, like, grabbing stuff, like pulling stuff towards you. Because in an open world where the sandboxes are a lot more, or the play environment is a lot more spread out, there's a lot more, like, ground and distance between you and other creatures. Like, yeah, pull a fusion coil towards you. Pull a weapon towards you. I feel like that makes a little bit of sense. Like, maybe get rid of the ability to hijack, get rid of the ability to pull yourself to enemies, or you know what? No, keep the ability to pull yourself towards enemies, but at least get rid of the ability to cling to surfaces, so you can't, like, scale mountains with it, That way you can still, it is still an extension of the sandbox. It allows you to interact with the sandbox. You're pulling stuff towards you, pulling weapons, fusion coils, like, combat is staying fresh, and you're not, like, a breaking level design. It's like Destiny's Strand grapple.
This looks like the ship's command center.
Yeah,
transponder
yeah.
signal is strong. We must be close.
Though even Destiny Strand grapple, it's only specific developer points, right? I can't remember. Destiny also kind of... Level design doesn't really matter in Destiny, because basically all the classes have, like, jetpacks from Halo Reach. Oh my god, that elite just stuck his buddy. Did you see that? Grapple would be better if it couldn't attach to metals or rock, but could attach to undamaged vehicles and didn't trivialize the jackal shields or pull yourself towards shielded enemies. Yeah, there needed to be a couple more restrictions on how you can use the grappling hook. Because in an open world, when you're, like, pulling a weapon towards you or pulling a fusion coil towards you, the grappling hook makes total sense in the open world. But when I'm just, like, scaling a mountain and having to time my grappling hook charges, and most of my gameplay is spent staring at the side of a cliff as I scale it, like, that's where I'm like, man, there's probably a path that a developer, like, modeled, and, like, they probably, like, designed, like, a really cool fight up this hill that I am right now just ignoring. There's even, like, musical stingers and stuff, like the Chaklock's Tower. Like, it's pretty scripted and very, very, interestingly presented if you do not use your grappling hook, if you do break down the front gate and fight your way through there. And you can see that they did not design that whole tower with a grappling hook in mind, just because of like all, you know, the scale of it, the way that the phantoms are circling overhead, the way that the music is scripted to play during certain moments, you know, enemy voice lines that you're hearing that are specific to that tower. Like, you don't hear that if you're just like, oh, look, it's the tower, I'm now going to grapple hook up the side of it. Come here, you. He's like, oh boy. Gotcha. Okay, Miss Supers. Crap. Okay, we'll start the cutscene. Good to see you, Master Chief. I overheard the Covenant talking. This place is called Halo Combat Evolved. Here, let me go back up. Okay, so no puzzles. How do you feel about rocks that can be destroyed to unlock parts of the map for optional encounters? I think that's fine. It could be a little bit too video gamey. Like, I think of, in Halo 5, the rocks, or like those walls where it's like shaded a little bit differently, it kind of sticks out in the environment and it's got a crack on it where it's like, it doesn't feel like I'm actually breaking through a part of the level, you know? It feels a little bit too gamey. But I'm not entirely against the idea. Missed supers for myself and Talcha. Or do you mean like grappling, like bringing broken pieces of rock to you and then chucking those at the Covenant? Because that would be cool. Look out for an activation prompt in the control room. Panels to acquire this level CMU. You'll enjoy what it does. Okay.
You two know better than this. Thanks. Marines, lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move.
Okay, yes, sir.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world.
The mod is interesting, but just feels like let's throw all the bullshit we can think of at it, regardless of it working well. Well, something to keep in mind with Halo SPV3 is that this was also like made over the course of a decade, as well as a decade's worth of Halo games releasing. So it's like, yeah, it is gonna kind of feel like a hodgepodge of like ideas. And it's also just like a mod, you know? It's not replacing Combat Evolved, it's not overriding it, it's not even claiming to perfect Combat Evolved, you know? It's just kind of this cool decade-long project from a group of fans.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire...
Some stuff doesn't work, some stuff does work.
Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you.
There's something fun in the empty cell block. Says Time Sweeper Adam. We're gonna take a look at that, okay? Master Chief,
We should head back
thanks
to
for the
shelter and
rescue.
call
I
it.
overheard the Covenant talking very loudly in fluent English right next to my cell. This place, they call it Halo 1 for the Xbox.
I know you're there.
Yeah, it's one of those, at the beginning of the stream, somebody asked my opinions on the Noodle review of this, and it's, like, annoying. Very, very annoying. Because it's just, like, it's just a mod, man. You don't have to take it so seriously. Oh, the empty cell. Or did you mean the empty cell block? Late Night, are you a niche purist, or do you think that weapons like the beam rifle have a genuine place in the sandbox? I'm not a niche purist. I guess I'm a niche preferencist? I'm not even sure if that's a word. I don't think it is. Bottom line is, like, I generally prefer if weapons, like, okay, what do you bring to the table? Like, if we're going to include you in the sandbox. But also, you know, the Halo 2 and Halo 3 beam rifle are a lot of fun to use. And I like that when they cycle their charges, it sounds like a camera shutter. What the hell were those jackals doing? They were like on the floor like animals. Did you see that, or is the stream too dark? The game does look very dark. Okay, we're opening the prison doors. He was respectful, but I didn't really get the impression he was interested in really opening, or really open to changing his mind on his pre-assumptions. Yeah, that's, for me, I guess with Noodle, it's the, it's kind of like, you know, it's hard for me to watch my old videos, where it's just kind of like the unnecessarily aggressive and sometimes combative tone that makes it kind of off-putting. Where it's just like, you know, what you're saying isn't necessarily wrong, and it's okay to feel that way. It's just, could you say it without being a dick? Because then I would be more receptive to hearing what you have to say. Jackals were chowing down on Marines. Check the bridge. Oh, is that what they were doing? That's creepy as shit. Check the bridge. For that? Is that what I'm looking for? Active camo. Okay, and now we check the bridge, right? As in, like, the command bridge? Not a fan of fighting against hit scam weapons in Halo. Yes, I am of the same opinion. I think it's more fun when the weapons that the enemy fires at you are projectiles. What do you think is your biggest change in opinion since playing SPV3 back in 2016? Oh, man. It's a loaded question. Because I'm also not fully paying attention. I guess soundtrack, I still don't think is very good for SPV3. I'm not sure if I said that before. I don't think the soundtrack's very good. And I guess also, I don't... The Covenant designs, I think, are... well, some of them are interesting, like the grunts. Stuff like the jackals, I don't think are quite that great. And I think it's actually down to just, like, the style that the jackal went for here, I think, is a little bit too ambitious for what the Combat Evolved engine is capable of. I think all of the like, black muted colors, they end up compressing really roughly, and then the specularity doesn't mix with them very well. Couple that with the relatively dark skin tones, and what you end up with are a bunch of, like, shadows that are moving about more than, like, creatures with defined armor. And I think that's some of it, the color tones. What I do wish SPV3 might have done was, rather than focusing on trying to up the quality of the textures to be kind of like, you know, on par with something that you'd see in Halo 3. Keep the general texture quality at parity levels with the original Halo, but add more detail to the geometry. Because I do think it kind of, it can look unintentionally like super sharpened. But I will say, Masters, an opinion that has changed since I played it back in 2016 is I do think it feels better to play at 30 FPS, 85 FOV, than it does at like an unlocked frame rate, super high FOV. I think that the animations look better at 30 FPS, and I think the general like weighty feeling of the game also lends itself to 30 FPS, whereas at 100 FPS, it feels like there is just like input lag.
We have the captain and need extraction on the double.
Here, let me go up and check some of the super chats. Yes, Bridge is in the control room for the CMU panel. Gotcha. Sorry to make you go in there. Guess I've been thinking of a different CE mod. I could have sworn there was supposed to be a Drynol in one of the cells. Possibly. But that does sound cool. That does sound cool. Is it possibly Ruby's rebalanced mod?
Acknowledged, Foehammer. Cortana out.
Air support is cut off, Captain.
Very much agree on the Jackals. Check your DMs later for something with them. Gotcha.
We're screwed! We're screwed, man!
Stow the belly-aching, soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the Chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
Yeah, I guess what would have been also cool, I think, if you know, in another universe, in another time, SPV3 was started from scratch, was also doing the soundtrack using the exact same sound patches that were used to compose Combat Evolve's original soundtrack. Like, keeping a little bit of the technology and audio continuity. Because hearing this is like, the soundtrack's like going crazy, and it doesn't like match the visuals. No, but oh boy, there we go. We got him. All right, let's release the clamps. I think I pressed it. Is this right? What are we supposed to do? Do I hop down? I do hop down, right? I thought that I pressed the clamps up there. There we go. Okay. Drynols are in. Oh, gotcha. They're in SO1 single-player adventure that CMU spawns additional unoccupied Covenant vehicles and future levels. Gotcha. Okay. Funnily, it also affects the Truth and Reconciliation. That's weird. I mean, cool, but weird.
A small craft since the academy.
Do I look like a cadet?
The soundtrack is a weird thing for me. At this stage of my life, I can't stand any Halo music. I'm so sick of it after 23 years of listening to it. I really appreciate the new soundtracks. I don't think I'll ever dislike Halo music. Like, Halo music is Halo music. It's good.
Time for a little payback.
Andrew Van Dulst informed me in the chat that I was thinking of SOI's, oh, excuse me, single-player adventure. Very similar to SPV3 in my opinion, but on the workshop. Yep, it is very similar. In that it is like SPV3, but not as good. What happened to Warzone Firefight? Same thing that happened to Warzone. It just didn't return.
The Covenant believe
Did they
that what
scrap
call the
Warzone
silent
Firefight because loot boxes are
cartographer
banned? No,
is
they
somewhere under
scrapped
this island.
Warzone because
The cartographer is a map room that will lead
the
us
amount
to
of
Halo's
work
control
that it
center.
took to actually develop the Warzone game mode
The
was
island has
too
multiple structures and
resource
installations.
intensive.
One
Like
of
Halo
them
Infinite,
contains
you
the
know,
map room.
it's not a secret that Halo Infinite was hard to develop. And part of the reason that it was cut was because, you know, they internally ran the numbers about how many resources it took. I think it took a little over 1 year just to develop a single Warzone map. And that workload and the amount of resources that it sucked away from other areas of the game, they were just like, they just deemed Warzone to be a little bit too much to return for Halo Infinite, at least. My personal, if I want to be snarky, I'd like to say Warzone Firefight didn't return because it wasn't as good as regular Firefight. No, but that is the real reason that Warzone and Warzone Firefight did not return. It's just because of how taxing on the studio's resources and manpower it was. So if you replay Truth and Reconciliation with its CMU enabled, all of those inaccessible Wraith tanks you see scattered throughout the ship can now be commandeered. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. A lot of CE design is still very present in this until you play it, and especially at a high difficulty. I think it's very easy to just look surface level, that it's just a lot of stuff with no depth. But it's almost 10 years old, and we have people who still regularly play it. Well, I didn't hate Warzone. I found a lot of the maps to feel repetitive in terms of basic formula. Yeah, the repetition of Warzone's maps were probably due to, like, it already took them over a year to make those maps. And the reason that they're so repetitive is probably because, like, the repetitive design, the reuse of that boring base asset, it was so that they could speed up development, and still it took over a year to develop a single map. So imagine how long it would have taken to develop Warzone maps if they did take a little bit more time to create diverse assets for the mode. And also, I think some of it is that, like, just because of the way that Warzone was developed, like the rec system, the kind of every map has every vehicle and every weapon all the time, you do get boxed into a certain type of layout. Because, like, you have to account for Spartan lasers, you have to account for rocket launchers, you have to account for snipers, you have to account for this, that, like, every map has to be a jack of all trades. Because it has everything. And so because of that, no map actually stands out or feels that unique. They're all following the same kind of design constraints. Versus if Warzone maps maybe didn't have the loadout system to the extent that you can have every gun. Maybe, you know, lock certain weapons to certain Warzone maps. Like, perhaps take your battle rifle, DMR, whatever. Those are the loadouts you can spawn in with. But weapons, like the rec weapons, those are weapons you have to actually go find. Then you could have a little bit more creativity to, like, design
The Covenant are putting up a real fight.
more
The
varied
cartographer
maps.
must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should be at the bottom floor of this facility. Let's keep going inside. Don't let them lock the doors.
Invasion will always be my favorite mode of all time. It's so fun, but so unbalanced. Yeah, Invasion is a mode that I think deserves a second go-around. Because I think in Halo Reach, the mode, during its lifetime, enough people were not that good at Halo that Invasion had a generally healthy combat flow. But after the casuals kind of left and played other games, and all that was left were sweaty Halo nerds, the cracks in Invasion's balancing and design choices quickly showed. And as a result, I think on MCC, Invasion is, like, pretty tough. It's pretty tough to play and have fun with. I think if you were to redo Invasion, you could make something that's pretty solid. Probably combine aspects of Warzone into Invasion. Have like AI.
Echo 419 to ground teams. I'll stay on station and keep an eye out for Covenant folks.
Second squad, ready to roll as soon as everybody's topside. LZ looks secure, sir. Nothing moving. Good luck, people. Keys out.
We need to find the security override to get this door open.
I liked Extraction more than Invasion, at least in terms of maps. Extraction. No. What's that mode in Halo 4 where you have the bases and you can arm them with cannons? That mode freaking slapped in Halo 4. That was good. That was really good. I really liked that mode, and I'm really pissed off that that didn't become kind of like a new Halo staple, you know? It's a crime that Invasion is forever banished to the competitive playlist mines in the MCC. Yeah. I noticed recently in the MCC, it looks like somebody at 343 remembered that there were a ton of items in the exchange that are just forever trapped in the exchange. Because now suddenly there's if you log into the MCC, there's new stuff to earn that wasn't there before. So, you know, somebody at 343 kind of like glanced over at MCC and was like, shit, we forgot to activate this. Is Dominion even in the MCC playlists? I think Dominion is in one of them. Yeah, Dominion was the name of it. Dominion, Regicide was my takeaway 4v4 mode from Halo 4. I really, really liked Regicide. And my favorite 8v8 game mode from Halo 4 was Dominion. I'm very unhappy that those modes didn't return in Halo 5. Honestly, Dominion could have been the basis for a fantastic, like, Warzone type experience. Like, it's kind of sad that it seems like with Warzone they started from scratch rather than building off of Dominion. Heretic Hog goes plump, plump, plump. Yep. Just be careful and avoid using it indoors in confined areas. Those needle projectiles that fires bounce. Okay, they do bounce. Gotcha. What do you guys think of this assault rifle? I mean, oh man, okay, Masters, Neil, since you're in here, my friend. This is something that I feel about the assault rifle, and I noticed it today while playing. So, I think, you know, the Halo Reach assault rifle, I think, looks really cool, but I think it looks cool at specific angles. Like, if you were to, like, twist the Halo Reach assault rifle around, it can look pretty butt ugly. But I think in Halo Reach, the reason it actually looks so damn good is because of the very specific angle that it's positioned at. So when I'm fiddling now as an adult, like a proper adult, like I'm past the age of 25, you know, my brain is properly developed. When I'm fiddling around with these view model offsets, I'm not trying to be like, oh my god, like I want it to look as realistic as possible. Look, Master Chief's sucking on the butt of the gun. Like, I'm more focused on what makes for a really cool profile. Like a cool silhouette from the side. And the assault rifle, I can't get a cool looking view model. Because, in my opinion, it's too short, the ammo counter. I think this ammo counter up here, raise it by 2 inches. Just 2 inches is all it, like in-game inches, not monitor inches. That would be unreasonably tall, but just bring it up just a little bit. Like the monitor, this ammo counter monitor, it should reach up to right here to the top of the gun, and then from there, the top of the gun should, you know, just the angle needs to be a bit taller, because right now it kind of looks like an assault rifle where a cartoon anvil or perhaps a piano landed on it, and now it's a little bit squished and compressed. It doesn't have like that aggressive silhouette that makes for a good view model. It just, no matter the angle, it always looks a little bit like squished. And I can't fix that, no matter where I position this view model. It's a very polite-looking assault rifle, not very aggressive-looking. And I think it would look more aggressive if the ammo counter was a little bit taller, just a tad. And also, I do not like the ammo counter turning yellow and then red. I think that's toy-esque. Oh, I already read that one. I don't like too much height, but the one thing about CE1 is how the top casing is tilted, so it looks straight in CE due to the angle. If I recall correctly, this AR matches up with Halo 3's exactly if you overlay them. Yeah, Halo 3's also, I think, is a little bit too shallow around the ammo counter. That one could also be a tad taller. Though, I do think that Halo Reach is... No, you know what it is? I'm looking at it longer. This part here should be all the way back here. That's what it is. Hang on, hold up. Because it is definitely true. The Halo 3 assault rifle, hang on, okay, we're about to get autistic for a second, folks. Sorry, indulge me. Halo 3. Because why is it that the Halo 3 assault rifle, despite not being as tall as I like, why does it still look alright? That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, look at it. This bit here, this, like, I don't know what you'd call this, the hood of the weapon, this should come all the way up to the front where the ammo display is. Like, the ammo display should be hidden within the hood, the shroud, or whatever this is. Here, it looks kind of awkward that it's like a Reach assault rifle ammo counter attachment that's a little bit shorter than the Reach one, that's also poking out a little bit. Whoa, excuse me. That's what looks slightly off to me. Okay, that's it. Mystery solved. That's what was bothering me about the design. Oh, you can't even see it. You can't even see what I pulled up. Well, that's embarrassing. Okay. On my monitor, I pulled up an image of the Halo 3 assault rifle. Oh my god, best rocket hog, triple barrel spanker, baby. Yeah, Halo Combat Evolved has the coolest looking rocket hog. Yeah, we can't see. Here, let me be silly, wacky, goofy for a quick second, and I'll let you guys see my monitor. No, I do not want to remove screen capture. Are you kidding me? Properties. Entire screen. There we go. Here is the ultimate truth that I was hiding from you. I'm playing Halo CE in windowed mode. Because there are all sorts of weird issues that happen when I run it in full screen mode. Okay. Halo 3. Here we go. Here we go. Here's a pretty decent recreation of the Halo 3 assault rifle. Oops. There, you can see it right here. The shroud of the weapon, or whatever, this hood, this front part of the assault rifle, it comes all the way up to the ammo counter display. Where on SPV3, it does not. So there's this awkward bit here where the ammo display is just kind of like sticking out of the hood and it doesn't look quite right. You can see it's a more like complete design in Halo 3, whereas SPV3 kind of feels like it's a little bit unfinished and unsatisfying as a gun design. That's my autistic opinion. There we go. Those are my thoughts. Okay. And you know what we are also going to do? I am going to go urinate in the toilet because my bladder is bursting right now. So I'm going to leave you guys here for a quick second. Be good, be nice. I'm back. Ugh. I've returned. How do you feel about the future of Halo using the Unreal Engine? Pretty bummed that, like, they're switching to the Unreal Engine, that it's just, you know, great. You know, any advancements that Halo specifically makes technologically, that just gets absorbed into the Unreal Engine ecosystem. Like, there aren't things that Halo can do unique, I guess, anymore, because it just kind of gets factored into the Unreal Engine. Also a little bit disappointed that there aren't, like... Yeah, I guess I'm just... It's disappointing that it won't be, like, unique technology to Halo anymore. The way that Halo will look will be the same way that other Unreal Engine games look. I am, I guess, happy, though, that, like, it means finally, you know, Halo will have some more, like, modern rendering techniques, because it does seem like, you know, as time has gone on, just 343/Halo Studios, they have not been able to upkeep that Halo engine as gracefully as Bungie was able to do. Not that, you know, the Bungie version of the Halo engine was like this organized technical marvel, but I do think when Bungie got the Halo engine to sing, it sung. Where with Halo Studios, it's more like they begged and pleaded, and the Halo engine let out a little hum rather than a proper song. The AR ramps up? Why? I think just to make it feel distinct from the SMG, which is also in this game. Do you guys want me to blow up the game again? Or should I keep it in window? Oof. Crap. Okay. Oh, we're talking about battle rifle designs? My favorite battle rifle design is probably the original Halo 2's F, and only F, it could have the Halo 3 scope and the little red lights on the side of the gun. Because I'm not the biggest fan of the body of the Halo 3 design, but I do like the scope and the red dots. And I like the Halo 2 design of the body, specifically. But I really like the, really like the Halo 3 scope, you know? I wish there was a way to marry the two designs. The Halo 2 Anniversary Battle Rifle looks cool. Same with the Halo Infinite one, but I don't really like the look of the charging handle. Like, even though it's, like, cartoony, I do prefer the charging handle being just kind of like a gigantic ball. Hunters will eat most shots fired head on. Missed. Okay, I missed a super. Masters has been messaging you over Discord, by the way. I assume he has. Yeah, that looks pretty cool, Masters. That looks pretty cool, buddy. The energy shield, I think, doesn't look quite right. Not that it's, not that it doesn't look like, oh my god, it doesn't look classic. More like it, because of the way that it's designed, it could easily look like a graphical glitch in motion. Kind of like the Brute energy shields in Halo Infinite. You know the ones I'm talking about, where they're very kind of like, they've got that weird pattern in there and they look very fractally and kind of glitchy. I know what they were going for. The idea was like the Brutes have kind of modified the energy shields in Halo Infinite's campaign, so they look a lot more rugged, a little bit kind of unstable. But I think artistically what ends up happening is that it kind of looks like a graphical bug more than like a hyper overcharged brutified energy shield, you know? And that's the vibe I get from those Jackal shields as well. Like, I get the kind of like scattered, kind of scratchy look, but it's not going to look good in motion. I think a more fluid, kind of solid design would look better. Those are my thoughts, at least. I'm coming outside for a quick sec. That's a damn good, oh my god. Can I make it back up? Oh god, my Shih Tzu's looking right at me. He woke up from his nap and he has the zoomies. He wants attention. He's right at my feet, staring right up at me, waiting for me to look at him. That looks good. That looks really good. It looks like convincing as far as like if you weren't told, it almost looks like there's global illumination, like realistic light bounce. Yeah, that just looks really good. In my opinion, the battle rifle never really had a legit bad design. Each iteration has its charm. Yeah, I agree with that take. Each battle rifle fit the aesthetic of the game that it was in. Oh my god. Here's something that I will say. The Hunters, not too keen on the wet textures of them in this, and the kind of like, you know, like, oh my god, like it looks like New York City gravelly pavement. the actual silhouette of the SPV-3 hunters looks damn intimidating.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
Same cannot be said for the shotgun, though. Yeah, the shotgun has certainly had bad designs.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
I think there is a lot of contradiction with it. The Halo 3 one has an issue, but a lot of people hate that you have to aim at the body and then the head. I don't think the spread on it is as big as an issue as people make it out to be, but it becomes an issue because people want to use the gun in a certain way the game doesn't want. Yeah, I agree with that as well. The spread on the battle rifle for Halo 3 is not actually that big of an issue. It's just that people like refuse to meet the game halfway and use the guns the way it wants you to use them. They'd prefer, like, gun just be laser beam, like Halo 2. It's kind of like the assault rifle, you know, when people talk about the Bungie era assault rifles. They're just like, they were useless. It's like, yeah, because you're trying to use it like a battle rifle. You want it to be able to hit these extreme ranges. You want to be able to use it without using grenades or melee attacks. Like, gun's fine. You're just not engaging with the gun the way it was designed to. It wasn't meant to be this, like, jack-of-all-trades, useful at most ranges precision weapon. It's a close-range gun.
Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them. Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any cargo we can salvage.
If we're talking about designs tonight, I'm going to say something controversial, in that I don't care for Reach's plasma pistol, at least not with its original textures. I think the Reach plasma pistol just looks like a plasma pistol with a tiny little fin on the top, right? So the issue you might have is the textures, in which case I do agree. I think the Reach plasma pistol's a tad too muted looking. I think my favorite coloration still has to be the Combat Evolved one. This is a fun little firefight right here. Come on. Yes! Okay. Come on. Come on. Take the bait. Come on. I'm an easy target out here. Crap. Damn it. Okay. I don't like the iron sight added to the plasma pistol in Reach. Makes it feel less alien. Did it have an iron sight added to it? Here, let's take a look, see. What is it, buddy? What do you want? What do you want? He's being an egg. Let's take a look. How do I'm about to sound like a boomer. How do I blow up the image? How do I zoom in? There we go. Is it an iron sight? The fin? I can't tell if it's an iron sight or if it's just like it looked a tad too flat And so they wanted to add a little something to add a bit more complexity without like breaking, you know, the silhouette of it. But this is my favorite coloration. That's just a cool looking gun right there. This is the Halo 2 one, right? This one's not bad either. Ah, this is cool. This is all the plasma pistol designs. Let's take a look. Yeah, the Reach one, those little patterns there, I don't quite think that they are it. Oops. Open image in new tab. Okay. Awesome, cool. Thanks, Google. Yeah. Combat Evolved one is my favorite. Halo 3 might be my second favorite in terms of coloration, just because like there still is a bit of like the yellow on it. I really like the yellow, and then the big red button there. The Reach design I still think looks perfectly fine. It's just the little patterns on it, I think, don't do it a lot of service. Halo 4's looks fine, you know, it's just the Halo Reaches, just they got rid of the weird patterns on it, or muted them to an extent, so a little bit more color. Or not color, but, you know, it looks fine. Halo 5, I freaking hate this thing. Halo Infinite one, I freaking hate it. Like, I just... It breaks the silhouette. Or maybe not breaks, but gets damn close to breaking it. Uncomfortably close. I think that these two, this is a little bit too far. Like, you're getting to the point now where you're starting to lose the personality of the plasma pistol. And I think it would be in Halo's best interest to maybe walk back the design a little bit, to go back to Halo 4 and then figure out how you can add more complexity while retaining this silhouette exactly. Because here you've completely lost the gap here. Like, this is the general silhouette that the plasma pistol should retain, I think. I don't think you should try to break this. What you do is you add to it in ways that keep this general shape. Okay. Where's the darn trigger? Who knows? It's an alien weapon, you know? A little more subtraction on the front of it would go a long way for the 5 and Infinite design. Yeah, I agree. They kind of like front-loaded it for some reason. I'm not sure what they were... Well, I mean, I know what they were going for. You know, it's like you now have more... You can handle more polygons. Like that Reach design, like, it's not like that because, you know, oh, Bungie's vision. Like, it's like that because it's an optimized model. Like, it's as low poly as it can be while implying detail. Like, it's performant, the model. And with Halo 5, now they have the ability to add more complexity to the model. Unfortunately, though, I think they ended up kind of breaking the look of the plasma pistol. And Infinite made a couple of nips and tucks to the design. You know, it removed some of the gills on the side. It changed the colors of it a little bit. But I think it's still like, you can't really fix that design because it is so different. You've got to just kind of start back at that Halo 4/Halo Reach design and then try again, you know? Well, that's awesome. Look, there goes the little grenade. The Shih Tzu is being mighty suspicious. Oh, he's not trying to find a corner to pee in. It does suck that they never got to evolve what they had in 4 and 5 with them. Okay. I know that you think that, Neil. I guess that's the most diplomatic way that I can put it. Miss. Oh, hang on. Let me go back. Check out the ones. Ooh, honor guards. Pack a plasma gun or a needler. Gotcha. Okay. Plasma guns it will be. Also, the SPV3 Spanker is cool. It de-emphasizes splash damage in favor of a massive direct hit damage. Skilled. Also, Masters DM to use some hunter images. Gotcha. Let me take a look at the hunters then.
There are honor guards.
That's what that elite just said. Let's look at the hunters. The hunters look all right. Maybe a little bit boring, I guess is the best way that I can describe it. Like a little bit of like, yeah, I guess that's a Halo hunter. Like it's not anything that's kind of like cool. Could the spines be made longer? I guess a little bit of exaggeration more than like directly trying to adapt a specific design. My thing is, even if they were minor, rarely encountered enemies, they still bring in some spice to make things up. I'm all for more variety, even if it's brief. The Prometheans don't really need to be primary enemies or even secondary enemies. Oh, we're talking about Prometheans now? Yeah, I don't think things like Sentinels or Prometheans or something, they need to be a faction. I think that they can be treated more as like hazards. Do you guys hear the dog? He's trying to get my attention. Infinite's art style is like 80% of the way there, but it feels like it's missing the little things that make it feel like Halo. It's a little off in most ways. I think the offness comes from there isn't a lot of ambition, I guess, in the art style. That's the best way to describe it. Like, it is, for the most part, direct translations of stuff into high definition with no exaggeration. Like, what I kind of like about that, like, Bungie house style that they even carry into Destiny is stuff never looks photorealistic. Like, limbs are always a little bit longer than they should be. You know, chests are a little bit buffer than they should be. Like, characters are a little bit exaggerated, I guess. And with 343, they have this... Does he have to go outside? With 343, they tend to go for realism, like what is a realistic proportion, what would make the most sense logically. And I think what you end up with is stuff like the Halo, the Halo Infinite brutes, where it's like, yeah, they can definitely emote, their teeth are small enough that they can close their mouths, but they just look a little bit boring now. They don't look as aggressive as like the brute design from Halo 2 or Halo 3. They don't have that visceral energy. They just kind of look flat, very muted, very understated. And I think it's an issue that extends to a lot of, like, looking at that Halo Studios showcase, like that Combat Evolved Chief, man. It's cool, the armor, but exaggerate the proportions a little bit. Make those shoulders broader. Make those biceps bigger. I don't care if it's not realistic. Make him look cool.
We'll be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here before additional reinforcements arrive.
Show your doggy what the dog doing. The adorable puppy, he is, so my Shih Tzu has a lot of opinions about a lot of different things. and he makes sure that I hear them. He is the most conceited dog in the world. He thinks the whole world revolves around him, and to an extent, he is absolutely correct. So usually what happens is, to start the day, what we have to do is wear the dog out so that I can work. Because he will sit at my feet staring at me, and then he'll start doing his like to get my attention because he's bored, and he's like, what are you doing? You're on the freaking computer again. Come play with me. He's very cute, and the wife is right now holding him. And he's staring at me. She's holding him from across the room, and he's staring at me. Hi. Halo Mark IV is my favorite. Yeah, the Halo Mark IV is a good, it's a good example of exaggeration. It's just, I really hope that Halo Studios now, they get away from that house style that 343 went for, starting with Halo 4, where it's not try to make Halo look as realistic as possible. Because I do think it does some of Halo Infinite's art direction a disservice by trying to look so like, what if Halo existed in the real world? What if Master Chief had realistic proportions? And it's a style also that is kind of, as time has gone on, Halo 2 Anniversary, I like the look of less and less, because it also tries to be like, what if Halo was realistic looking? Like, the elites in Halo 2 Anniversary, I don't like them anymore. I think that they look very, like, kind of, they could not take the base Halo 2 elites in a fight, is the way that I'll put it.
Analyzing. Halo's control center is located.
Stop ignoring the active camo, it's triggering. Oh, the reason that I ignore the active camo is so that the guns get more screen time.
Interesting. A shrine is an unlikely place to put such a significant installation.
Cortana to Captain Keyes.
Look here, you know what? You're all here with me right now. I want to show you a cutscene that bothers me quite a lot in Halo 2 Anniversary, and as time has gone on, it's bothered me more and more. And it kind of highlights the problem that I got. Halo 2 Anniversary cutscenes. Okay? Everybody watching. If this spreads out to the larger Halo community, I will be very happy. Here. It's right now movie time for a quick second. It is... Where is it? It's, on the glory of our fathers, on the glory of our sons. We took an oath. No, we swore an oath to uphold the covenant. Here we go. It's when Shipmaster is walking away from the camera. Here, he turns around. Look at this freaking dude. Look at this guy. No hips, no muscle, no chest. Dude looks like a gamer. Look at that hunch. Look at the way he's just like walking. He's just like a guy. It looks like a guy in a costume. Because they're trying to do more realistically proportional. Look at the lack of hips. Look at him. He's got no ass. And then we take a look at Halo 2 Elite. Look at that. Look at that. Look how big and buffy the chest is. Look at how skinny the waist is, which contributes to the wider hips and the stronger looking legs. And then this guy is just like, I'm boring and realistic. I have horse hooves. It's just a boring design for the elites the longer time goes on. And this cutscene specifically, when Shipmaster turns around, the problem gets worse and worse, where I'm just like, dude, the Halo 2 Anniversary elites look weird. It looks like a guy in an elite costume. Look, there's the dude. He's going to 7-Eleven. And he's hungover. No power, no energy. Those are my weird thoughts, okay? Yeah. So do the Halo 4 elites look less boring over time? They look like... The Halo 4 elites, I still don't like the design of them. Because they look like maggots, almost, their face. Like, they've just kind of got, like, swollen, awkward-looking faces. Like, very, very awkward-looking. And then it doesn't help that, here. And it's kind of like a problem that the Halo 2 Anniversary Elite also has, where it's just like, look at this freaking dude. Look at his helmet. It looks like a hat he's wearing. It doesn't look like a helmet. It looks like he's going to a Yankees game. You know, he's got a backwards baseball cap. Versus this, which is more angled. And so it gives them a more sharp, more aggressive look. Like, look at that. Versus that, like, super, super curved front half. And then Halo 4 Elite, specifically the Miner. The Miner's got it even worse. Where he's just like, come on, man. What is this? Why does it stick up so much? Make that thing sharper, less round, more jet-like. I do really like this helmet. This helmet combined with the mandible guards actually really, really slaps. But it's just, it's the faces. Like, head on. Look how goofy that face is. Oh, is that what he's doing? Dash with your baby, Shane. It is in fact 12 o'clock. It is in fact midnight. Here, what we'll do is we'll finish the level and then we'll bounce and we'll finish playing SPV3.
When you've re-established contact, and then tell him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center. We'll be heading there as soon as we're topside.
Affirmative. Foehammer out.
Missing with the supos, good sir. Oh boy. That's fair. SPV3 guns rule also miss super. Wow, I am missing. The key aspect of the Honor Guard ranks is their shields are immune to ballistic weapons. They are. Okay, gotcha. They're immune to ballistic weapons. Gotcha. All right. Okay. That's good to know. I didn't actually know that. Yeah, but those are my weird thoughts about Halo 2 Anniversary. The longer I look at it, the more problems I have with, like, the, just the design of certain things. They kind of, like, they don't get it, you know? They went for realism, where what they should have done is stylization. You know, and it's funny, because Halo Infinite's Master Chief sort of gets it, in that there are bits of the armor that they have done modifications to. Like, okay, the shoulders of Halo Infinite's Master Chief, they are kind of like these blocks that stick out from his arms, right? And I have seen people say, like, well, why are those there? What's the point of them? Well, the point of them is that they contribute to a silhouette of a really buff-looking guy. Like, they make him look buffer than he actually is, because they're trying to stick with realistic body proportions. So those sticky outy bits, they make him look more muscly, you know, than he actually is, because he's trying to look realistic. Like that Halo Infinite Master Chief design, the longer I look at it, there's more things about the interesting little modifications, tweaks that they made to get that Halo 2 Master Chief armor and just make him look even buffer, you know? Because Halo 2 Master Chief, I think he doesn't look very buff. What he looks is sleek. He looks like an anime protagonist almost. Like somebody who could, like, flip around, you know? Where Halo Infinite's Master Chief, he looks like somebody who could punch his way through a tank. Personally, faithfulness is not important to me, but it's interesting how a lot of people gloss over it. H2A, in my opinion, is just as unfaithful as CEA. No, I wouldn't say that. I would say it is more faithful in, like, you know, from a distance, H2A does look more like Halo 2 than Halo CEA looked like Combat Evolved. But there is definitely within the details, if you look long enough, there are some annoying things. But it is a better job at trying to give the aura of Combat Evolved, you know? Big picture, Halo 2 Anniversary does look more like Halo 2. But within the details, there are still changes that I don't personally agree with.
Cortana to Echo 419. The Chief and I are topside, requesting pickup.
Weirdly enough, even the Prophet of Truth, well, generally the Prophets, I guess. Which, it's unfair because the changes that were made were done so that they can emote in the cutscenes. But it's still like, here, I'll show you guys once we beat this level. And then we bounce if you guys want to stick around for a quick second. Well, I kind of also nerd out for, you know, just a bit, get some of the stuff off my chest. Here we go.
Let's get moving.
Let's get
Go
moving.
Hammer. Here are coordinates and a flight plan I've worked up.
Cortana, these coordinates are underground.
The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan, and my analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring.
I hope your analysis
That was what people wanted back in the day. Halo was considered lacking in visuals next to Gears and Call of Duty, and that dictated a lot of the direction for Reach and Halo 4. Yeah. Yeah, the downgrade from Halo 2, pre-release stuff, and then Halo 3 kind of being like Halo 2, but with really good lighting. Reach was kind of like the first game in the Halo series outside of Combat Evolved that was considered like really, really, really graphically good looking. You know, then Halo 4 obviously looks really good as a 360 game, art styles aside. Halo 5, I think people only started appreciating it with the Xbox Series, or not Xbox Series, the Xbox One X patch, when it was bumped up to 4K, anisotropic filtering was added. A lot of the texture quality was improved, because Halo 5 on the base Xbox One is pretty damn ugly looking.
This is as far as I can go.
Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here.
Good luck.
You know, and it sucks because Halo Infinite is a pretty decent looking game. At least in the multiplayer. Okay. Here. Halo 2 Truth. Or I guess we could go with Halo 3's Truth. Because that's like kind of more like a higher quality version of what they were going for. So, here we go. I like these like bug-like eyes in Halo 3. I like the eyelashes that he has, that they almost look like, hang on, we don't want to look at him quite yet. Like, in Halo 3, he has, like, these weird, almost bug-like eyes. They almost look like, bug legs, like the eyelashes. There's just something very insect-like about him. Very slimy, very, like, untrustworthy looking, and it's because of all the bug-like features that he has. And it's especially the eyes, that they look just so, like, you know, they're inhuman-like. I can't think of the animal off the top of my head that they remind me of, but he's very slimy looking. And then in Halo 2 Anniversary, he just looks like an old man. Like, he just looks like an old man. Like, look at that. Look at that. Look at those eyes. Look at those creepy spine-like eyelashes. It's just, he looks so slimy and untrustworthy and stuff. And then old man with old man human-like eyes and human-like facial expressions and hair that looks human-like. I prefer this look. I prefer the classic look for the prophets with their goofy lips and their creepy, goofy-looking eyes. I don't like just like old man with his nose removed in Photoshop. Almost like a frog or a lizard. Yeah, it's like he's just got weird like lizard eyes. And I mean, the reason that they changed, you know, the look of their eyes to make them look more human, you know, they catch the light in more realistic ways. They got rid of the comical lips, made the hair look softer and more realistic. It's because of the CGI. It's so that they can emote, so that they can be expressive. I mean, look at that. You can read his facial expression, where with this, it's a little bit simpler looking. But like that's why they did it ultimately. You know, the new face, it's so that they can emote better, so that they have a wider range of human-like expressions. But I prefer this look for the prophets. I prefer it. I prefer the weird frog eyes that they have, the huge lips. Yeah, so that's another one of my just like weird opinions that I have about Halo 2 Anniversary. I think that the Halo 2 and Halo 3 prophets looked better than the Halo 2 Anniversary prophets. Look at that frickin' dude. It's only subtle changes for the prophets, though, for the untrained eye. Yes, absolutely correct. Everything that I'm saying right now, it's the opinions that come from somebody who's been playing Halo for like 2 decades. Not like somebody who plays the campaign once and is like, wow, that's really cool. I really like Halo. Like, this is somebody who who plays way too much Halo. Yeah, because for the most part, nobody cares. Like, none of this matters, you know? But it's how I feel after playing Halo for too long. I do prefer this look for truth over the softer old man look in Halo 2 Anniversary. Yeah. He's just like a weird little like slimy space squid. It's like a weird frog man sitting in a chair floating around. Just a creepy, slimy dude. Alright, guys. I shall see you all later. It is very late where I am, and I need to get some eepy sleepies. But I shall see you all later, okay? Thank you, everybody, for joining the stream.